Recording in progress.
Yeah, yes, Chair. They are joining now, Chair. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone, and apologies for being late. Connectivity issues.
No problem, Doc. Thank you for joining. I think everyone has joined. So let me take this opportunity then to firstly again greet all honorable members on the platform. Let me take the opportunity to also greet the leadership of the CGE, led by its chairperson, Advocate Mogale, and its CEO, all commissioners. Also greetings to our support staff, all stakeholders on the platform, and all South Africans that are watching us on the various social media platforms. Colleagues, we meet this morning to receive the annual performance plan 2025 to 2026 of the Commission for Gender Equality, as well as its strategic plan. We have previously stated that it is our wish to see the CGE become a formidable force, one that is capable to implement binding decisions. We have also expressed the wish to see the CGE become more visible, accessible, and impactful. And in fact, page 15 of the APP speaks about a renewed, efficient, effective, and suitable organization. I also want to remind us of the ground rules. Virtual committee meetings are deemed official meetings of Parliament. Our engagements must therefore always be responsible. Moreover, misleading Parliament is a serious offence, and we must always conduct ourselves with the necessary respect and decorum. Lastly, whether we are MPs or commissioners of the CGE, we all bear the collective responsibility to ensure genuine and meaningful gender equality. Hence, we look forward to continuous engagements with the CGE over the 7th administration. Finally, I want to say as well that as a portfolio committee, we take our responsibilities, our constitutional responsibilities of being the vanguards of taxpayer monies very seriously. And that is also why we continue to do our oversight role to the best of our abilities. With that having been said, I would like to then hand over to the chairperson of the CGE to lead us and her team and to start with the presentations. Good morning to you, advocates.
Good morning, Chairperson van der Merwe. I'm just trying to put my thing so that it doesn't fall. Sorry about that. Good morning to all the honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity for us to present our APP. I don't know, Chair, if this is the right time to present our apologies, or it will be later.
No, please proceed, Chairperson. You can table your apologies.
Okay. Chair and honorable members, we are all here today, except for one commissioner, Commissioner Mulalo Namataheni. Commissioner Namataheni is actually on study leave out of the country up to the end of July. But I just also wanted to bring to the attention of the honorable members two things. The CEO and I are taking this meeting from our respective homes because of the water challenges. The CEO has got it at home, the water challenge. I wanted to go to the office. I've got it at the office. So we're taking from our respective homes. And then lastly, Chair, Commissioner Subraya Naidu, who is the DC, is due to give a keynote address at the G20 in KZN. So at a certain time, she will sneak out, and Commissioner Dr. Naidu will also has a role to play, and at a certain time will indicate to me and sneak out to attend to that role also at the G20. Those were just our apologies, the Chair. I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And I don't have to sneak out. We understand those are important engagements. So they are free to leave when it's necessary. Over to you, Chairperson, to make your introductory remarks and to lead your team.
Thanks. Chair and honorable members, the 2024-25 was quite a significant year for me. Before we go into 25-26, I just wanted to highlight a few things. It's literally just 5 points. We made groundbreaking achievements with regards to case law, with regards to the total judgment, where we challenged the decision by a judge around the issues of tacit consent, and the intervention of the CGE was actually upheld in an appeal court with regards to what is consent in a sexual relationship. We also had a victory with regards to the Van Wyk versus Minister of Employment and Labour matter, wherein we were able to secure the victory of fathers of children. It may be a slightly hollow victory because it actually now just adds another month to the 3 months of the mother paid, but it goes somewhat in terms of a significant culture of equality within the home and equality within the relationship of fathers and children. Then we also had a conference, which was quite a success, wherein we're looking at 30 years of the state of gender equality since 1994. And some of the recommendations that came out of there, we are following, but it was good to actually know that we are on the right track as a country, but also where the shortfalls are. And we were leading that process. Before this year, we had actually been, as you may all be aware, chairing our public hearings reports and our research reports, and we decided let's start launching them so that they're more accessible and used by the public. And we started that this year, and we started it with the women's access to communal land, where we did that research in 4 provinces, and it was well received, and it continues to be a source of conversation and discussion as a result of us having done that research. We also did the maternity, public hearings of maternity in the Eastern Cape maternity wards, and it is something that we're engaging both national and the provincial government on with regards to the state there. Unfortunately, the impact is not yet felt because the things continue to fall apart, but we have collated information and continue to hold duty bearers accountable. And this follows the criminal justice systems hearings that we had of all the criminal justice sectors in KwaZulu-Natal, and we are monitoring them closely. Lastly, Chair, it ended in 2020, I think, where we attended the ordinary session of the AU Commission, and we started it during the last year, and we said, no, we're just not going to attend. We are going to submit an alternative report as the Act allows, and we did, and our report continues to be used and was quoted extensively at the CSW 69 session that we also attended. It was actually quite pleasing to see how, everyone was interested to see or to quote or to engage on the report by the CGE on it. And at the CSW, we also did the gender machineries and implementation thereof, where we gave a review, and it was a global review. We got a panel of different people from the UN and other sectors to engage with attendees there, and it was led by us, which was quite good. We produced 5 reports. I just mentioned 2, but in that year we produced 5, all of them powerful groundbreaking reports that continue to be used, including one in the department in the higher education sector that now the department has adopted and is implementing as their standard measure for sexual harassment interventions. So in a nutshell, Chair and honorable members, we set a tone of not only intervening, but intervening to change policy, intervening to change the laws, challenging non-progressive laws, as well as ensuring that the CGE continues to increase its visibility. With those few words, Chair, honorable members, I'll hand back over to you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Chair. We will then hand to the CEO to take us through the presentation. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope my screen is visible.
We can see it. Thank you.
All right. Just quickly go back. All right. Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself and honorable members, as well as my commissioners from the Commission for Gender Equality. I will be taking the committee through the Strat Plan 2025-2030, as well as the Annual Performance Plan for the financial year 2025-2026. So by way of table of contents, Chair, I'll reflect on the Strat Plan, the strategic objectives. I'll take you through the situational analysis, the SWOT analysis as per the prescript of the Strat Plan. We will also reflect on the business model, the strategic implications, the impact statement, the CGAPP overview, Program 1, 2, 3, 4, that is forming part of the outcomes of our Strat Plan. So in terms of our strategic plan, Chair, our impact statement also is that we need to see a society and government that is knowledgeable, accountable and responsive about all dimensions of gender equality. Of course, as a vision, we envision to be an independent and constitutionally mandated organization that leads and pioneers and catalyzes gender development as well as transformation. And our mission is to lead, promote, and protect, monitor, and evaluate gender equality through research, managing public education, policy development, legislative initiatives, as well as litigation, which the chairperson has spoken about. And we have a set of values, Chairperson, that is centered around independency, professionalism, accountability, ethical behavior, as well as teamwork. Now, in terms of our strategic outcomes, we have 4 of those, Chairperson. Outcome number 1 is about an enabling legislative environment for gender equality through submissions, recommendations, and investigation. And its purpose is to evaluate legislation, policies, practices, and mechanisms within the public and private institutions and make recommendations and undertake litigation to advance gender transformation agenda. Outcome 2 is about development and management of information and education programs to foster public understanding of gender equality and the role of the Commission for Gender Equality. And its purpose is to conduct advocacy initiatives and develop and manage public education interventions with sector partners in the promotion of public understanding of gender equality and access to gender justice. Outcome 3 is about monitoring compliance and research on issues that undermine the attainment of gender equality with the purpose to identify and monitor key issues that impact on gender equality, evaluate contributions by role players to gender equality, and make recommendations to promote and attain gender equality. And the last outcome is about a renewed, efficient, and effective organization that is sustainable. And its purpose, of course, is to build and sustain efficient and effective organizational culture, organizational systems and operations, and governance processes for the optimal performance of the institution in the execution of its mandate. Now, in terms of the Strat Plan, we are required to have a situational analysis using the PESTER. So in terms of the first factor, which is political, we noted that the attainment of gender equality is affected by different political priorities of political parties within the government of national unity. And the implications of this is that the extent and nature of political buy-in on gender equality policies is uncertain. As such, government departments and private sector are likely not to implement transformative policies and practices. the potential for gender equality will be lost or drowned in the political landscape and discussions, therefore leading to regression in the gains made, for example, political representation in spheres of government. And we've qualified this largely because, Chairperson, when we look at the representation, for example, of women in Northwest, for example, we are currently in the provincial legislature, wherein the accounting officer, being the DG, was called upon to account on why there's a regression of women HODs in the province. So because then there are these different priorities, Chairperson, it says that in these priorities, there is a possibility of gender equality really taking a backseat, and that's where we come from in terms of the first factor. And we've also noted that the political and international relations is also a factor that we must consider. And in its implication, we have highlighted that the state's ability and the position in the protection of human rights is hampered by strained diplomatic relations between, at the time, the United States of America as well as South Africa. For example, we made reference to the effect of the cuts of budgets towards the Department of Basic Education initiatives, which had a direct implication in terms of implementing some of the recommendations of the Commission for Gender Equality. Now, what I'm referring to there, Chair, we had made specific recommendations in the teenage pregnancy report, which highlighted the need for the Department of Basic Education to initiate certain programs, and which they were saying they're also reliant on some of the funding from the United States. And as a result of, at the time, because of the cuts, they could not really implement some of those recommendations. And then in terms of economic factors, we've noted that cost containment measures and the year-on reduced baseline allocation of the budgets also hinders the Commission from expanding its effectiveness. The current cost containment measures preclude the Commission from discharging its constitutional mandate, and therefore affecting, the full implementation of transformative programs on gender equality. And then we've also noted, Chairperson, that in terms of social factors, there's a huge factor in terms of impact of unemployment of society. Unemployment, as we know, disproportionately affects women and children, deepening economic inequalities and financial exclusion, and thus making it difficult for the Commission to realize its mandate. And as we note from the normal statistics that we get from the South African Police Services, as well as the Human Research Science Council, have reported concerning statistics around gender-based violence and femicide, resulting in strained implementation of the Commission's programs. We've also noted, Chairperson, that according to the stats and some of our reports, there's an increased rate of child and adolescent pregnancy in the country, which exacerbates the already constrained social welfare reforms in a way that continues to constrain the fiscus and thus impacting on sustenance of households. We've noted that there's also inadequate violence prevention interventions that are not research-based, thus carrying a non-effective monitoring and evaluation of key decisions, resulting in wasted resources that could have been channeled towards research-based programs. And of course, there is lack of sustainable gender budgeting and planning to drive impactful programs. In terms of technology, we noted there's a misalignment with advanced technological developments, and therefore we have the inability to cope with emerging technologies and changes in the business model in the ICT space. The attainment of gender equality is outpaced by emerging technologies. Cybersecurity is a global concern, and of course, even with the Commission, it remains a threat that can also hamper and compromise institutional data. And then in terms of legal, we've made reference to two pieces of legislation, which is the CG Act as well as the Legal Practice Act. And in terms of the CG Act, we made reference to the agro-data decision with the Human Rights Commission, which is currently before the ConCourt, to really deal with the binding powers of the constitutional bodies, which we believe, Chairperson, if we are to get a favorable outcome, we will be successful in terms of holding, government as well as private sector accountable fully with binding recommendations. But that decision is currently at the ConCourt, and we are hoping for a favorable outcome. And then in terms of the Legal Practice Council, we have highlighted there that the CG is unable to render legal services due to its exclusion in the Legal Practice Act. We have reported, Chairperson, in the last committee that we have made strides to address this issue in the form of the judicial amendment bill, which sought to amend the Legal Practice Act to include the Commission for Gender Equality. We are happy to note that the bill in its current form, Chairperson, indeed recommends that the CGE be recognized as one of the legal institutions to take on legal work, which, if is now passed into law, will be something that enables the CGE to participate at equality courts with its own legal practitioners without outsourcing the services from external legal practitioners. And this will be a huge saving from our end. Chairperson, in terms of environmental, we have noted that climate change or climate justice is one of the factors that really contribute towards this factor, taking into consideration persons with disabilities and women living in rural areas, informal settlement townships. And we've also noted that social orientation, gender identity, and gender expressions are also forming part of these factors. And such, the CG would have to direct its focus to the impact of the global warming as well as climate change and how it perpetuates and magnifies structural inequalities, including those between men and women. This is especially true in many parts of the world where women rely on sensitive work like agriculture and manual labor to make a living. This is a triple burden to vulnerable groups, including persons with disability. And you'll be able to see from our annual performance plan how we were able to now put specific programs to respond to this desire to deal with climate change in the country. And of course, in terms of climate change, we've also referred specifically to the floods that are taking place in the country, in different parts of the country, your KZN, Eastern Cape, as well as in the Western Cape. And we've also made reference to drought as one of the factors, of course, that as a result of climate change in the country. And in terms of our SWOT analysis, we have noted that we have specific strengths, Chairperson and honorable members. We are enjoying our independency in terms of Section 187 of the Constitution. We are having at least a guaranteed budget on an annual basis, though we are raising concerns that year in, year out, we have these budget cuts that limit our full participation and really limits our inadequate human as well as ICT resources because of those budgetary constraints. We have an advantage of having at least 9 provincial offices, which makes it at least accessible to society largely. However, we note that we are not at every single district of each municipality, and it's our desire, Chair, that as we grow into this efficient organization, that we see ourselves having regional offices so that we are able to reach all the corners of each province and render the necessary services in that regard. And we have a wide range of stakeholders, especially at provincial level, which helps us in this regard to really achieve accessibility and visibility in instances where we don't really have offices in that regard. And we have a very good relationship between commissioners and secretariat, and there's synergy amongst internal stakeholders as well as programs. And these are some of our strengths that we see as part of our SWOT analysis. But we note, Chair, as I've said, the CG Act in its current form does not prescribe for remedial actions, and therefore making it difficult in its current form for us to compel institutions to comply with our recommendations. However, as indicated, we hope that the decision at the Concord will help clarify this issue so that institutions, as they appear before us or when they receive our reports, they can take our recommendations seriously and start to implement. And if they don't implement, then we have an immediate remedy in terms of the Act. And then we have also noted as an opportunity the accepting of donor funding for programs, innovation in light of austerity measures, enable continued implementation of the programs, and usage of media exposure to optimize CGE's reach. The business model remains an opportunity to expand and redefine the Commission and to expand CGE's influence on the transformation and development agenda. And of course, using AI and the other growing technologies to work more effectively. And then in terms of the threats, I'll reflect there that the economic status of South Africa leading to austerity measures remains a challenge in terms of budget cuts. And we also have challenges with external stakeholders not fully understanding the mandate of the Commission and therefore creating an impression that the CG is unable to deliver on its mandate. And in our risk registers, we have 2 risk registers. So the operational risk register highlights the need for us to constantly amplify our mandate in our engagements. We have banners that are very much clear in terms of what our mandate is so that we can have a concerted understanding from all role players what the CGE is meant to do and what it cannot do so that we can clarify this issue around our mandate. So, Chair, we have highlighted that we have a business model. I know the committee has requested documents regarding this model. So the business model, it seeks to really redirect how we do things as an organization. And in our APP, we'll be highlighting some of those differences, different ways in which we are now doing things. And the model largely emphasizes on the need for CG to hold institutions accountable for delivery rather than being a frontline service provider. More reliance on the power to monitor, investigate, and enforce progress towards gender equality. And it also emphasized the need for us to rely on digital systems, extend the reach, monitor and report on trends, and reduce administrative load and maintain records in that regard. The model also emphasized the need for us to be a center of excellence for gender equality by providing annual reports on trends nationally and in provinces, and inputs to educational curriculum, journal conferences, inputs to multi-parliamentary committees depending on the topic and finding. And what I'm happy, Chair, just on this aspect alone is that when it comes to the inputs into educational curriculum and journal conferences, we have started to really make serious strides in that regard. In KZN recently, we held a session with a school, and that session, Chairperson, was now used as a case study in the recent examinations that took place, I think, 3 weeks ago. And it was forming part of the question paper where they were really asking about the learners, whether they understood the mandate of the CGE, whether they understood, what is consent amongst others, which we found to be very much progressive from our side, where stakeholders can use the information that we give them during the engagements, and they are able to educate learners around that information. So I find that to be very much progressive, Chairperson, as part of our endeavor to really implement the business model. And Chair, what we are saying there is that for matters that are within our budget, we are able to just start with those and implement them accordingly. And we see those benefits when stakeholders respond positively in terms of our contribution. So the school, Chairperson, that really took our work into consideration is Ilanga Secondary School. So they've in their life orientation, they have used that session in examinations or their tests, which we have seen the documents, and we're quite happy in terms of that. And then the business model also emphasized the need to liaise and interact with like-minded institutions and recognize the legislative requirement for liaison as well as interaction with other institutions and civil society, and adopt a more proactive and deliberate approach to stakeholder engagements. One of the things that you will see from our APP for us to realize this aspect is under the research department, which is outcome 3. We have also included a new indicator there that is about stakeholder engagements with the purpose of causing more research to be done in certain areas that we have identified as the Commission, that we are unable to see through due to budgetary constraints, but we identify this like-minded institutions for us to foster such research to be done so that we can still meet the objectives. So that is part of the process that we are embarking on to implement the business model. And extending the reach of CGE through multimedia channels, collaboration with public and private institutions, and community engagements. We are constantly on a daily basis, Chair. You will note on our social media platforms, there is always something that we are posting on working days in different provinces because of the number of engagements that we have in provinces and as part of our education initiatives so that we can foster an understanding around gender equality in society. The business model also says we must reconceptualize our public education information and be the primary custodian of gender excellence role and continue the advocacy role provided it is grounded in law as well as precedent. And that's what we've been doing thus far, Chairperson and honorable members. Our education programs now are informed by work that has been done in some instances based on jurisprudence that has been laid by the judiciary. We are using that to really educate and inform members of society around these developments and really dismantle some of the understandings that society has around gender equality. So we are quite doing well in terms of that. The business model also requires us to conceptualize research, particularly not only to research, but to also monitor from our end. And as a result, you'll see also from our APP that we have flagged this aspect very well in terms of monitoring the state's compliance with certain international instruments. In the previous financial year, we've largely produced a report around the CEDAW, indicating how far we have gone in terms of realizing the aspirations of that instrument. So the monitoring role we are currently implementing as per the guidance of the model. The model also says we need to ensure adequate resources, including having a broader range of qualifications and experience, increasing a number of investigations and reports per year. Whilst we are doing that, we are increasing the number of investigations, but we also note that the limitation of resources also is a factor that we must consider. But we are saying with those that we have identified, we are comfortable that they will be impactful, such as the Women Access to Communal Land Chair, which we've just done a second study to it because we've realized just how critical this is. So we now have more impactful research reports as part of realizing the request, or rather the desire of having, a reconceptualized research department. And acknowledging the central role of provinces and extending more powers there. The model says we must decentralize budget processes and holding systematic and transformation hearings in provinces, coordinated by the Office of the Chairperson, and having provincial trend identification of and analysis. You would note from our hearings, they are largely based in provinces. So in last year, we held provincial hearings in the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, as well as in the Northwest. So essentially what we are doing, we are implementing the desires of the business model in this regard. But we have not yet decentralized SCM. We were a bit concerned about that recommendation. So we are still centralizing that at our national office. The Public Education Information Department has is currently finalizing its trend identification analysis from provinces. We will be able to be presenting that one very soon to the committee. And largely, the model says we must give attention to the growth and development and overall well-being of the employees at all levels, evaluating and developing skills for new roles in all departments, and attention to the development of administrative staff, leadership capability to be given high priority for commissioners as well as management roles. Now, the strategic implications, Chair, are as follows. The leadership role. The CG must play a leadership role in the sector. It must set the tone and the policy direction for the sector. It must offer thought leadership and strategy for the sector. We are doing that very well thus far, Chair. In terms of outcome 2, you would note that in terms of our gender mainstreaming and gender development programs, we are largely focusing on sector approaches now. Before the business model, it was just individual entities, private as well as public. But now we are engaging specific sectors so that we are able to provide leadership in that space. We have a gender audit tool that we use also to assist specific sectors to identify gaps that they have in institutions on their own workplaces, whether it's from a policy perspective, from a structure perspective, or from a employment practices perspective. That gender audit tool seeks to assist sectors to identify gaps and put certain measures in place to ensure that there's an enabling environment. So we are really making the first item to be realized. And then the second implication is the development and management role. The CGA must play an enabling and facilitating and managing role to enable the scale delivery of education information initiatives on gender equality issues. It must be done through collaboration with sectors and development of sector capacity and capability to deliver. This implies a withdrawal of the CG from direct service delivery. And what we are saying, Chair, is that we are not in the front line service as an institution. We conduct an oversight and we make specific recommendations. So what we're quite happy, as I've given that example, we are seeing specific sectors now, like the Department of Education, now taking some of our work, using that as part of their education information initiatives. And that's what we need them to do. We shouldn't be the ones in the forefront to be saying we want to teach, whereas we have departments that should take on that responsibility to teach their own constituencies about some of the challenges that we see around their participation as an institution, but also take a more proactive role to address gaps that we would be giving them as a constitutional body. So, and we find this principle and approach be more impactful, because then if we put it at the doorstep of a service provider or a direct service delivery institution, they are forced to implement it so that the broader community can then benefit from that. And then in terms of number 3, we have monitoring, enhancement, as well as an enforcement role. The CGE must embrace its role in monitoring and evaluating the sector with a view to provide enhancement and improvement, as well as enforcement of rights. So that is one thing that we recognize, Chair, that since our establishment as a constitutional body, we were able to enforce certain things, such as we are joining as friends of the court or as applicants, but we always struggle when we develop reports alone and expect compliance in that regard. But as I've indicated, we're hoping that the Court will clear this issue so that we can also start to enforce our recommendations. But this challenge is not only for the CGE, but it's for other like-minded Chapter 9 institutions such as the CRL Rights Commission, as well as the South African Human Rights Commission. We have said in terms of number 4 that the CG must develop an internal culture and mindset where the organization and all its employees see themselves as leaders and innovators for the sector, with the determination to achieve the desired national impact. So we are introducing some of these measures to really deal with that. We have a culture transformation plan that we have just finalized in the financial year 2024-2025 that seeks to really address the mindset and change within the institution. And our impact statement is to review state policy from a gender perspective and to ensure gender-aware and responsive policy making and practices. And this is foregrounded by the Constitution as it articulates that the Bill of Rights is the foundation of our democracy, which preserves the rights of the citizens of the Republic by entrenching the democratic values of human dignity, equality, freedom, and that these rights, among others, must be respected and protected and largely fulfilled. I'll skip slide 21 because this is just the APP now, where we are now highlighting the 4 outcomes that I've spoken about. Chair, you will guide me if I may therefore proceed, because that is the end of the strat plan. I would like to, if permitted, to then jump into the annual performance plan.
Yes, please, CEO, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So I will skip slide 22 because this is again talks about the values of our institution, which I've spoken about. So I'll start on slide 23, which again seeks to place reliance on what informs the APP. And it's informed by the 4 outcomes that we've spoken about. And those 4 outcomes form part of the strategic plan, which is an enabling environment, the development and management of information, monitoring research, as well as a renewed organization. So as indicated, outcome 1, the purpose is to ensure that there is an enabling legislative environment for gender equality. And this is achieved through the examination of existing legislation, recommendations for new legislation and provisions, and making of recommendations aimed at transforming as well as ensuring that there is also provincial trend analysis. I'll quickly then start on slide 25, which is very critical, particularly under the financial year 2025-2026. Under 2025-2026, we have a target of 22 submissions on legislation, policies, and prescripts to promote gender equality developed. And why we have said 22, we've noted that in the previous financial year, 2024-2025, we were able to achieve 20. So we've increased a bit on that because we've noted that we are able to do more than the 20. So here we'll be looking at bills that are open for comments, policies that are open for comments, both nationally, regionally, as well as internationally, and we start to make the necessary inputs from there. And we've introduced a new measure where we track how our submissions are considered by the relevant authorities when we make such submissions, because we want to see how impactful our submissions are at the end of the day. And we are quite happy with the work that has been done thus far. When it comes to the Customary Initiation Bill Act, as an example, Chairperson, we've made comprehensive submissions around some of the blind spots that have been omitted in the Customary Initiation Act at the time, and which ultimately, when this was open for comments, these were largely considered, and we welcomed that. We note also that the Minister of COGTA has now returned to us directly, as they've opened again the Act for more inputs around the death of initiates, how we really can strengthen that area, because we've raised a number of issues from our research report. The minister has written to us and will be providing inputs. So what we like about this is, Chair, is that our own stakeholders, now they realize that our own inputs, some way they assist in ensuring that the gender gaps are addressed in terms of the legislative prescript. And then in terms of 1.2, which is about strategic engagements with the public as well as the private sector, we are targeting 4 of those. In the previous financial year, we did 2. So we've increased those to 4. And of course, 2026, 2027, we'll be doing 6 of those. Now, in the current financial year, the 4 we are looking at, challenges around the rights of children, the role of broadcasting and electronic entities in addressing systemic gender issues in society. We'll be looking at sexual harassment in the public sector, and we'll be looking largely on the implementation of Pillar 3 of the NSP, and this will be held in KwaZulu-Natal. So those are the 4 strategic engagements. And I believe when we present our Q1 report, we'll be providing more details around that. We've also envisaged to have 5 provincial investigations in the provinces, as indicated that the strat plan, I mean the business model from the strat plan says we must have provincial investigations. So we'll be doing that also in this current financial year. We will be focusing on sexual violence in schools, investigation into the gender responsive disaster management in eThekwini municipality. And you'll recall that this is part of an issue that we have raised. One of the issues that we've raised around the drought, which is drought as well as floods, which is an issue that we noted in our strat plan, and we endeavor to have an investigation around that so that we can close the necessary gaps. And the teenage pregnancy as well is another area that we'll be focusing on during this financial year. Sexual harassment in the Free State provincial government will be also an issue there. And also we'll be focusing in the Western Cape, the plight of women in the agriculture. Chairperson, we've released reports on the challenges that women farm workers experience there. So we'll be elevating that because it's so unique in the Western Cape in a form of a hearing in that regard. So those are the 5 things that we are targeting. And then in the previous financial year, Chair, we used to have an indicator that says we must comply with 80% of our CGE mandate. Not CGE mandate, our CGE complaints handling manual, that we must have 80% compliance with that. Having engaged with internal audit as well as AG, we've realized that we need to move away from this because it's difficult to explain what it means, because it may create an impression that we only want to deal with 80% of complaints and not necessarily 100 of those. So we've changed that in the new financial year to say we will deal with 900 complaints and inquiries, and this must be finalized within the financial year. And in the preceding years, we'll increase that to 1,000, and in the other year to be 1,200 in that regard. And then that is outcome number 1 in terms of the annual performance plan. And then in terms of outcome 2, we will be having 80 gender mainstreaming information and education programs conducted with the public and as well as the private sector. There's an increase if you note our target in 2024-2025, which was 72. We've increased that to 80 in the current financial year. Again, here, Chair, will be focusing on the private as well as the public sector, as part of us focusing on the specific sectors that we are looking at in terms of our strat plan. And then we've increased that to 89 as well as 100 in 2027-2028. Why the increase at such margins is because we are also noting the capacity constraints. As it is, we only have 1 education officer per province. And there is, of course, that appetite to say reach as many as you can. But we just thought, Chair, within the context of our resources, this is the increase that we can do. And then in terms of our sectorial gender equality knowledge developed, in the financial year 2024-2025, we had 108 of that. And then in the current financial year, we said it will be 116 sectorial gender equality initiatives developed and disseminated. And from our APP, you'll also see that we have increased that to 124 in the financial year 2026-2027 and 130 in the financial year 2027-2028. And then we also had 2.3, which is the radio initiatives for communities. We had a target of, in the previous financial year, 72 outreach initiatives using radio to educate communities about the mandate of the Commission. And we were able to see that we are able to surpass that number, largely during the Q3, which is October, November, and December, largely because of the number of campaigns that are taking place. Also in Q4, which is January, February, March, because of schools opening, as well as universities, the Human Rights Month, as well as our participation in the CSW, we realize that we have more interest and therefore contributing towards, the over achievement of our targets. As such, we've said we are going to do 80 of those in the current financial year, and 90 in 2026-2027, and 100 in 2027-2028 financial year. And then in terms of our gender equality and thought leadership for public as well as private sector, we had a target of 36 gender and development training of the trainers program. In the previous financial year, we've increased that to 45 in the current financial year, and next year it will be 54, and in 2027-2028 financial year it will be 63. And then in terms of content development, to lead public discourse on gender equality through innovative and strategic use of communication initiatives. In the previous financial year, we had 108 communication content initiatives demonstrating CG's leading the public discourse on gender equality for dissemination on communication platforms, as well as a report thereof. The target remains as is, which is 108 for the current financial year. And then in terms of 2.6, which is about the critical stakeholder engagements to influence policy environment. In the previous financial year, we had targeted 36 stakeholder engagements coordinated on critical gender issues, which we were able to surpass in the previous financial year. Hence, in the current financial year, we've increased that to 40 critical stakeholder engagements coordinated to influence policy environment. And in the financial year 2026-2027, we increased that to 46. And in the financial year 2027-2028, we've increased that to 50. And here, this is where we engage the broader society, civil society, members of the community around specific issues that are happening in provinces, and we make specific undertakings to correct or bring some of those issues to the attention of the relevant duty bearers so that the issues can be addressed. So this is a very critical component that really expands our reach as well at the ground level with our communities. So that is particularly the outcome 2. And then in terms of outcome 3, which is about research, we noted in our previous financial year that we had a target of 4 research monitoring as well as evaluation projects. These were achieved, but we put a bit of pressure on our team to increase that to 5 research reports, which will be looking at the economic empowerment, particularly women, empowering women in rural communities through digitization. We'll be looking at gender and health, particularly the challenges that the LGBTI persons are experiencing in accessing healthcare facilities. We'll be looking at child marriages in the country as part of our research study. And we'll be looking at the intersectionality of gender and disability in the workplace, particularly for women. And we'll be trying to understand what systems are there to really ensure that these 2 dimensions are taken into consideration so that there is no person who is discriminated against on the basis of gender or their disability in that regard. And lastly, we said we are going to do a study on gender mainstreaming in sports. And on this one, we'll be looking at funding insufficient media coverage, gender-based violence, amongst others, within the sports fraternity where women are largely participating. So those are the 5 research reports that we'll be looking at in the current financial year. I've made reference to a new indicator, which is 3.2, that talks about 2 collaborations entered with stakeholders on research to further the objectives of the Commission for Gender Equality. This is a whole new indicator, Chairperson and honorable members, where we have now identified specific stakeholders that will help us, credible stakeholders that will help us further the research objectives of the Commission for Gender Equality, which we are unable to realize due to budgetary constraints. But we believe that if this can be further by another institution, it will bring more light and understanding to some of the issues. For example, Chairperson, when we presented our study on teenage pregnancy, we noted that there was a lot of appetite, even from the committee itself, that why are we not dealing with the perpetrators? Why are we not dealing with the blessers? Do we know who the men are? Do we know who the blessers are? And that is a limitation that we have identified from our study. And we are saying we need somebody to pick up that area and elevate it further so that we can understand it from all dimensions from that. So that is why we have outcome 3.2, which is a whole new indicator in that regard. And then in terms of 3.3, we have a target of one report on monitoring countries' compliance with regional as well as international instrument. In the previous financial year, Chair, we've highlighted that we've done a compliance study on the CEDAW, and we've also submitted our activity report at the 81st commission session of the African Union Commission, which was very much critical, which was the first that we've done since 2020. But in the current financial year, we looked at a different instrument altogether, which is the Universal Periodic Review, as an instrument because it's part of the UN's periodic review process. So we'll be looking at that international instrument to see how South Africa is doing in terms of complying with some of the recommendations that were made towards the country. So that is the instrument that will be following this financial year. And then in terms of 3.4, we had we have included an indicator of 12 research reports to be disseminated to members of the public, as well as in 2025-2026, we've increased that to 15, and in the financial year 2027-2028, that is increased to 20. So that is outcome 3 in terms of the current APP. Then what I'll be presenting now is outcome 4, that is about an effective organization. And the outcome here, Chair, is about a renewed, efficient, and effective and sustainable organization. And in our previous financial year, 2024-2025, it was about having a target of having an organizational strategy, which is informed by the evidence-based intervention. Now, we were able to develop that corporate strategy, which is linked to the business model. And in the current financial year, we have targeted 4 progress reports because we need to now implement that corporate organizational strategy and see the outcome thereof. And we'll be having those progress reports at least until the financial year 2027-2028. And then in terms of 4.2, which is about the implementation of the change management plan as per the new business model. In the previous financial year, we had a target of 1 progress report on the implementation of change management plan. And this financial year, we're also targeting 4 progress reports on the implementation of the change management plan. So the change management plan is very much clear in terms of certain deliverables that must be achieved in terms of the business model. And I believe we are on the right track in terms of implementing those. The only hindrance is about funds, because the business model essentially requires a total of about 53.6 million for us to fully realize its implementation. But we are currently working on what is within our control, and that is what we'll be working on. And then in terms of 4.3, it's about effective financial management of the institution. This remains as is, which we had put a target of 100% expenditure on planned initiatives. And in terms of 4.4, which is audit action plan on the previous financial year, we had put a target of 75% in terms of addressing the audits from the previous financial year, which was 75%. But in the current financial year, we've increased that in terms of to 80%. And we did that because we saw that we were able again to achieve the 75% target that we put ourselves because of our deliberate intention to reduce the audit findings that are raised by the Auditor General. And we've increased that to 85% in 2026-2027 and 90% in 2027-2028 financial year. We have a target in terms of compliance with relevant legislation, which remains as 100% because our endeavor is to ensure that we comply with all the legal prescripts that are applicable to the Commission for Gender Equality. However, it will be only those that are within our control, that are outside our control, that we are unable to comply with, which we are taking specific steps to make sure that we comply with those. And then in terms of 4.6, which is about risk management, we have a target of 4 risk registers, which is both strategic as well as operational. So on a quarterly basis, we seek to assess how far we are going in terms of mitigating both the strategic as well as the operational risk registers, which we are then presenting to the risk committee. From the risk committee, we present to the audit and risk committee in that regard. So we have those 4 risk registers that we will be able to develop in the financial year. And then in terms of 4.7, we have targeted 80% of funded vacancies, and that will be consistent in the 2 preceding years. And why we said 80% is largely because of the fact that we are unable to fill all the vacancies due to limited funds. For example, in the communications department, if we are going to expand the reach, our communication initiatives, the business model is recommending that we should have communication officers that are employed to really take on some of this work. Unfortunately, we cannot even fill some of those vacancies because of limited funds. The model says we must also have a COO. We are currently struggling, Chairperson and honorable members, to really fill that vacancy because the feedback we are getting is that the amount that we are offering on the COO is below the market standard. And unfortunately, it's all that we can afford. So it is our desire, Chair, to really fill some of these vacancies, but because of limited constraints, we are unable to see that. Hence, the rationale behind saying, let's rather fill 80% of those funded vacancies, and then as soon as our budget or our finances do improve, we will endeavor to fill all the vacancies as per the organogram. And then in terms of 4.8, we had a target of 12 policies that will be reviewed. We've increased those to 14 in the current financial year, 16 in the financial year 2026-2027, and 2027-2028, we've increased to 18. And then in terms of 4.9, which is about the implementation of the culture transformation plan, we had a target of developing this plan in the previous financial year, which is 2024-2025. And in the current financial year, we had a target of 4 progress reports and tracking the implementation of the culture transformation plan, and which seeks to really ensure that, Chairperson, we have champions within the organization and we create that enabling environment ourselves as the management of the organization. And in the financial year 2026-2027, we still say we need those progress reports until we are satisfied that the timelines are really achieved in terms of the plan. And then in terms of training, we had a target of 5 training and development initiatives. This is where we identify skills shortages and challenges within our own team, and then we come up with those trainings so that we can capacitate specific job families in that regard. And then from an internal audit perspective, we have targeted 4 internal audit reports, and that remains as is in the next financial year. And this is led by internal audit and oversaw obviously by internal audit and risk committee. And then in terms of 4.12, we have included 4 information communication technology reports detailing the interventions implemented. So that remains a target also in the 2 preceding financial years. And then in terms of 4.13, we had a target of 8 communication and media plans implemented to provide support to the institution. And this has increased to 12 in the next financial year and 12 in the financial year 2026-2027. This specific indicator was previously under outcome 2, but we recognize that the communications department is a supporting function. So it was befitting that we include it under outcome 4 so that it can support all the outcomes 1, 2, 3 respectively. And Chair, from slide 38, then it reflects the quarterly targets. What I was presenting was the annual targets. So in terms of slide 38 going down, I'll be breaking down the targets. Chair, I know you always say I must watch time. You'll guide if you want me to proceed to also talk about the quarterly targets. Chair?
No, please proceed. I think we've got until 11 o'clock. I want us to start discussions at 11.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. So in terms of outcome 1, which I've said is about 2022 submissions, quarter 1 will be having a target of 5 submissions on legislation, policies, and prescript. And in the second quarter, which is July, August, September, will be targeting 6 submissions. And the third quarter will be 6 submissions. And then in the last quarter, it will be 5. And in total will be 22 annual targets that we are having. And then in terms of 1.2, we have 4 strategic engagements, and they are broken down in this following: 1 strategic engagement each quarter. So by the end of Q4, we would have achieved the 4 targets that we have aimed for in terms of 1.2. And then in terms of 1.3, we have 5 provincial investigations. And we've highlighted that in quarter 1, why it is blank there is because quarter 1 is normally a planning phase where we have to develop concept notes and operational plans, and we start to implement that in quarter 2. Hence, there is a dash there. So for quarter 2, we'll have 2 provincial investigations, and then in quarter 3, we will have 2 provincial investigations. 3 provincial investigations, and then in the fourth quarter, then we'll be developing the 5 reports that we should be developing. And then in terms of the 1.4, our target is 900 complaints and inquiries. So in Q1, our target is 225 complaints, and that is consistent from quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4 respectively, and that is led by by legal department as well as the provincial managers. And then in terms of 2.1, which reflects 80 gender mainstreaming information and education programs. Each quarter will be targeting 20 of those, and 20 is disseminated across all the provinces. So each province will be expected to conduct gender mainstreaming in the public as well as the private sector, and it would feed into the quarterly target, which is 20 per quarter. And then in terms of 2.2, we have a target of 116 sectorial gender equality initiatives developed and disseminated. So we will be saying in quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, our target will be 29 of those. So we'll have 29 sectorial gender equality initiatives conducted each quarter at each province for all their respective quarters. And the Public Education Information Department, Communications Department, as well as provincial managers will be responsible for that target. And then in terms of 2.3, we have a target of 80 CGE radio communication outreach initiatives for communities about the mandate of the Commission. And our target each quarter is that we must do 20 of those. And again, public education and information, the communications department, as well as provincial managers will be responsible for that function. And then in terms of the gender and development training of the trainer program, which is a target of 45, we have agreed that in the first quarter we'll do 11, second quarter we'll do 11, and then third quarter, because it's largely busy, we'll do 12 of those, and then the last quarter we'll then do 11. And then in terms of the number of communication and content initiatives, we have a target of 108. Each quarter will be doing 27 of those. And again, here, this is where the public and information as well as the communications unit will be in the forefront of making sure that we achieve this target. And then the number of critical stakeholder engagements coordinated to influence policy environment, we had a target of 40. So each quarter will be doing 10 critical stakeholder engagements in that regard. Again, here we'll have public education department as well as provincial managers, communications. And because these will be done at provinces, this is where commissioners as well as provincial managers will be in the forefront of making sure that the stakeholder engagements do take place. And then in terms of 3.1, which is the 5 research monitoring and evaluation reports, we have 1 consolidated progress report each quarter. By the end of Q4, we will be drafting 5 research and monitoring reports for us to meet the annual target. And then in terms of 3.2, which is 2 collaborative collaborations with stakeholders on research to further the objectives of the CGE. Each quarter will be targeting a 1 consolidated progress report on this on these collaborations. And by the end of Q4, we will be having 2 collaborations entered with stakeholders on research to further the objectives of the CGE Act. And then on monitoring of the country's compliance with the regional and international instruments, we have 1 target on the 1 report on the monitoring of the compliance with international and regional instruments. So each quarter we'll have 1 consolidated report detailing the progress that has been made in terms of the target. And of course, by the end of Q4, we'll be developing and producing that final report on the Universal Periodic Review instrument that I've spoken about. And then 3.4 is about the number of research reports disseminated to stakeholders. So the annual target is 12. So in the first quarter, it was a planning phase. So we did not have any specific target then. But in Q2 and Q3, we will be doing 6 each of that. And then in Q4, they will not be target. We leave out Q4 in case there are challenges that may arise between Q2 and Q3 so that we can manage those very well during Q4 so that we are able to meet our annual target. And then in terms of outcome 4, which is the progress report on the implementation of the corporate strategy, which requires us to have 4 progress reports in that regard. So each quarter we'll be working on that. And that will be led by myself, HODs, as well as the provincial managers. The number of progress report on the implementation of the change management plan, that will be 4 progress reports on the implementation of the change management plan linked to the business model. So again, the target there is to ensure that each quarter we have a progress report on the implementation of the plan. And then in terms of 4.3, the target is to have 100% expenditure on planned initiatives. So in Q1, because largely here we're still dealing with audit, our target is 20% expenditure on planned initiatives and 45% expenditure in Q2 and 70% expenditure on during Q3 and 100% expenditure on planned initiatives in Q4, which would have made us to achieve our annual target. So CFO, myself, and HODs are also responsible in that regard. And then in terms of 4.4, which is the 80% implementation of the audit action plan of the previous financial year. So as you know, we are currently under audit now, so we didn't have a specific target now. So as soon as we receive our findings from the AG, which should be concluded hopefully this month, we will start with a plan, to develop the audit action plan, and our target in Q2 is 50% of reducing or addressing our targets in terms of the audit action plan, and 70% in Q3, and lastly 80% in the financial year. At Q4 of the financial year, therefore allowing us to have met our annual target. And then in terms of the compliance with legislation, we endeavor to achieve 100% of those with quarter 1, 2, 3, 4 respectively. And then in terms of the risk registers, our target is 4 risk registers reviewed and updated, and each quarter there we will be producing 1 risk register to meet our target. And then in terms of 4.7, our target is to have 80% of funded vacancies. So each quarter will be targeting 80% each quarter so that we can meet the annual target. And then in terms of 4.8, we have a target of 14 policies. So each quarter will be, first 2 quarters will do 4, and quarter 3 and quarter 4 will be doing 3 each. So that will make us achieve our annual target. And then in terms of 4.9, our target is to have 4 progress reports on the implementation of the culture transformation plan. And each quarter will be having 1 progress report on the implementation of the culture transformation plan. And then on 4.10, which is 5 training and development initiatives conducted each quarter, particularly quarter 1 and 2 will be doing 1 of those. And then quarter 3, which is relatively convenient for us in terms of our programs, we will have 2 of those and conclude in Q4 with 1 training and development initiatives. And then in terms of 4.11, we endeavor to have 4 value-added internal audit reports, which each quarter will be having 1 consolidated report from internal audit. And then in terms of 4.12, which is a target of 4 information communications technology report detailing the interventions implemented, each quarter will be targeting that, and the ICT manager will be responsible for that. And then in terms of 4.13, which includes 8 communication and media plans implemented to provide support to the institution, each quarter will be having 2 of those, which will be led by the communications department as well as the spokesperson. That is the end of my presentation. Chair, I may also, if I may just say that on our strategic objectives, where we held a symposium with the rights of children, that was something that from our perspective, we're looking at the gender aspect, because we know largely when it comes to the rape, for example, of children, it's something that we are noticing as a trend as a country. The issues around child maintenance, which our reports also highlighted that it's largely affecting women. But at the center of it, it's a child that is involved there. And we felt that it's important that we are part of that symposium and be part of that strategic engagement, so that whilst we talk about the rights of children in terms of Section 28 of the Constitution, we have a body that shows the gender element that also needs to be considered by relevant stakeholders to ensure that we do not neglect it when we deal with this important discourse. Thank you, Chairperson. That brings me to the end of the presentation of both the strategic plan as well as the annual performance plan. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO, and we are on the right track because you finished 10 minutes early. So thank you very much for that. I'm now going to take hands. I see Miss Shirley Brown has already got her hand up. Okay. And we will be doing it as we did in the previous meetings, where we will take a first round and then we'll come back for a second round. So I will take the first round of hands, which is Honourable Mabel, followed by Honourable Adams, followed by Honourable Tsotetsi, followed by Honourable Spies. That is the first round. And then we'll come back for the second round, which will be Honourable Leklape, followed by Honourable Kanyile, followed by the Honourable Chauke Adonis, and the Honourable Shabango. So 4-4 in that order. Over to you, Ma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll just go straight to the questions. On budget allocation and efficiency, why does head office receive 52 million while each province only gets 2.4 million? How can provinces deliver service on such a low allocation? Question 2, how does CGE justify spending almost 80% of its budget on salaries, leaving less than 20% for actual programs? And how is the CGE ensuring cost effectiveness in its operations when other expenses of 3.9 million remain unexplained? What is the plan to fund the new business model requiring an additional 70 million annually? And how does CGE intend to operate if funding is not secured? On service delivery and legal representation, why is CGE withdrawing from direct service delivery when communities still rely on it for legal interventions and support? What progress has been made in resolving the suspension of the CGE's legal practice license since 2020? How many cases have been declined or left unassisted due to CGE's inability to represent clients in court? Has CGE assessed the risk to victims of gender-based violence who are unable to access CGE's legal services? On NDP alignment and poverty alleviation, how does CGE measure the impact of communication initiatives, radio content on actual poverty alleviation among women and marginalized groups? What proportion of CGE's work specifically addresses rural women and their economic empowerment? How is CGE monitoring gender responsive budgeting across government departments as required by NDP? On transparency and performance, why does the APP lack community specific detail? Who, what, where? For programs making oversight impossible? Which critical positions remain vacant in CGE? And how are vacancies affecting service delivery, particularly in provinces? Why were oversight targets for monitoring courts, police stations, and Tutuzela Care Center removed from APPs. On governance and audit, what steps has CGE taken to implement recommendations from the Auditor General's previous report?
Please wrap up for us.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm about to finish. Has CGE conducted any sequence management for governance failures, particularly around legal practice issues and staff turnover? Lastly, Chairperson, how does CGE plan to ensure that future APPs are more outcome-based and less administrative in nature? That's my intake. That's my input.
Thank you so much, Mklonishwa, for your inputs. Honorable Adams.
Good morning, Chairperson, and thanks for the opportunity. My greetings also go to my colleagues on the platform and the presenters, and thank you very much for the presentation. Chairperson, am I audible?
You are, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I will go straight to the questions, and I don't have a lot of questions, so I ask for permission to finish my questions because I have to take the bus.
No problem.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, on the strategy plan and APP for 2025-26, the question is, what steps has National Treasury taken to address the CGE's 70 million rand funding shortfall? What is the plan to ensure sustainable CGE funding beyond 2025 and 2026 on legal mandate? When will the CGE Act be reviewed to strengthen the enforceability of recommendations? And why is CGE not recognized under the Legal Practice Act? And what are the implications? Under the program performance and accountability, how will CGE track the long-term impact of its legislative and education program? And then under Commission for Gender Equality Strategy Plan 2025-2030 and APP 2025 and 26 is the non-binding commendations. What are the implications given the Inkandla ruling? Under inability to render legal services, what is the progress update, as this is a long-standing matter? And then, Chair, under explanation of plan performance, how would CGE determine whether the legal clinics and outreach programs made any difference within a community? And how would the CGE manage education awareness, outreach, and advocation interventions as well as legal clinics if it's expected to be implemented by others in the sector? And then on the CGE strategy plan, how will the CGE monitor and evaluate gender-specific and related goals as outlined in the NDP, MTDP, Agenda 2063, the SDGs, the National Policy Framework for Women Empowerment and international treaties and binding agreements? And then, Chair, risk mitigation, what is the status of the policy that governs relations between commissioners and the CGE? Have all commissioners acted on the commissioner's handbook, and have there been any challenges and concerns raised in terms of what contained in that handbook of the commissioners? I'm almost done. Then under role of commissioners, how is this translated into action? How will commissioners lead? How will commissioners ensure that the private and public sectors are held accountable? And Chair, under submission on litigation policies and prescribes, how many submissions by the end of the 5th year are expected? Will the submissions be focused on a national, provincial, or municipal level? My last one, strategic engagements. How many engagements does CGE intend to undertake by the end of the 5 years? How specifically in the public and private sector does the CGE intend to ensure with over the 5 years? How will the CGE decide who to engage with and why? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Honorable Totetsi.
Thank you very much, Chair. And we keep regressing with you. Sometimes you say my surname right, sometimes you say it wrong, but we are patient. So let me greet everyone in the platform, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. Chair, I must start by welcoming the presentation from the CGE. The voluminous nature of the presentation is also able to articulate the extent to which they are working, even if they are confronted with circumstances of low budget, which they are confronting. So I think we must be able to appreciate that. Now, there are a few things here which I would want to ask. But firstly, I must start with a comment. My concern is the over-reliance on what is likely to be the Concord outcome on the enforceability of the recommendations of the CGE. The questions of thought, you can't have much over-reliance on an outcome either way. And if it doesn't go your way, it means that even in terms of planning, you are going to be collapsed, and that might even have an effect on the morale of the entities. So I think that in as much as we are hopeful, we must reduce the over-reliance on court deciding in accordance to what we envisage as an outcome. So I think that might just create. The reason I'm saying that, Chair, is because
Colleagues, did we lose the honorable member, or is it just me?
I can
I
also
think we
hear you.
did, Chair.
We have lost him.
Okay. Let's wait for him to rejoin, and then I will give him an opportunity in the second round. Let's go to Honorable Spies.
Chairperson, I'm here. I don't know why you're saying I'm off.
Oh, we
I-
lost
I-
you. We lost you for a second. Then please
Oh,
proceed.
okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Maybe let me move a bit from where I was. So I'm saying that I know at the level of the Human Rights Commission, there was also a hope that perhaps the court will give them that leverage of saying that their recommendations are enforceable. But due to the technicality around the law, even their own internal advices tells them that that might not be necessarily the case, because the constitution doesn't apportion to them the similar mandate as that of the public protector. Now, so I don't know where you lost me, but I was cautioning against the over reliance on what is likely to be the outcome of the Concord, because if it doesn't go your way, it might just demoralize the staff component and disorganize your entire planning. Now, since you are not yet admitted to can be able to represent yourself at the courts, we are not getting a sense of how do you now move around on matters which requires uh, uh, legal representation. Whether, firstly, how much do you spend on how much have you spent already on matters that on the court, legal matters? Because I take it that you are outsourcing, but also who are the beneficiaries of that in terms of the law firms which you are using? How many belongs to young people? How many of those law firms belong to women? And how many of those belong to the people that are living with disabilities? Can you get that breakdown, as well as what has been the structure of uh, support, in as far as which one of them have gotten a better amount? I'm not sure how to put it, but in terms of beneficiation, can you just give us those demographics as well as an understanding of how much do you spend, and how has that been spread around across those beneficiaries who are doing legal work for the commission? And how have you structured it? We have not gotten a sense whether you have a panel of attorneys, or do you issue out RFQs as and when? So I'd like a respond on that. Chair, they have dealt with the question of outreach, which is okay, but thus far, I for one, living in the Northwest, I have not came across a commission of gender equality doing a community outreach so as to notify our people that this is the mandate of the commission. So perhaps over and above telling us that you have a plan to have outreach, which areas have you done outreach programs, perhaps in the past 5 years, and which areas are you targeting to do outreach on in the next financial year? And of course, we do welcome your 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 use of the media. Chair, there's somebody whose mic is on and is creating us problems.
Yeah, it's Honorable Mabel. Please just mute, please. Please mute for us.
Thank you very much, Chair.
My apologies.
Yes, and then lastly, Chair, we must appreciate their plans, their research plans. I think they are saying they're targeting 5 research across 5 provinces. But in as far as their researches and its outcomes, the ones that they've already conducted, uh, how is the commission tracking improvement and compliance with their recommendations. We know that they may not be enforceable at the moment, because I take particular interest when the Commission speaks about researching on economic empowerment, particularly focusing on women who are located within the farming areas. We know the situation is dire with those women. But what are the mechanisms that are in place, albeit the fact that recommendations are not yet enforceable? How are we intending to track whether there is an improvement on some of the areas, so that you also assist to empower parliamentary committees to then play an oversight and so forth? What else is the system of tracking whether this is whether your recommendations are being taken on board to improve the situation of our people? And afterwards, do you even produce reports that says that this is what we have recommended, these recommendations was informed by the situation, and then at the current moment the situation has improved, and this is the rate at which the situation is improving, and perhaps make further recommendation that such institutions must be able to at least fasten the pace of those improvements, or actually just telling us that they are resisting to make those necessary improvements. So what kind of system do you have in place to do that? And if there's no system, what is a plan in place to ensure that such becomes one of the components of the work that the commission does, in as far as that aspect is concerned? Yeah, the last one is that this is not now to the, it's not to the commission, but it's just to the committee itself. I think one of the problems which this committee is confronting is that we play oversight over entities that are grossly underfunded, and really, if we aspire to achieve levels, greater heights, in as far as the mandate of these entities is concerned, we really need to have a serious discussions, and perhaps set up a session with the appropriations committee to really discuss the impact of the underfunding to these entities, and the extent to which, if these entities are funded thoroughly, their impact can be in society. So I think, just as us as a committee, depending, chair, of course, on you as a chair, that perhaps we need to have a separate committee meeting that deals with how do we structure our approach to the appropriations committee, to really plead that we must at least see a sizable increase, perhaps just a 20% increase of the funding of these entities, provided, of course, informed, not provided, informed by the fact that they do have aspirations on where to use that money, and what will in turn become the impact of that work to the cause of improving the quality of our the quality of our people in the ground. So let me pause there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Spies.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the delegation from the CGE, and thank you very much for the presentations. Chair, I will go straight over to my comments and questions. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am. Please proceed.
Am I visible? Am I
Yes,
visible?
we can see you. Looking pretty.
Okay, Chair, on a serious note, I think first of all, looking at the document, Chair, and having gone through it, which is a quite an impactful document, one needs to make the comment, Chair, that the strategic plan in particular I'm referring to now, it being a national document, Chair, I believe it really should exemplify. Oh my word. Sorry.
Mr. Koza, you are unmuted. You are now interrupting our meeting. Yeah, and I really want to caution people about coming into this meeting and then you just unmute your mic like this and interrupt us. Please proceed, Honourable Speaker. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, Chair. Just continuing on my comments on the strategic plan, particularly the document. It being a national document, Chair, it should really exemplify, I believe, the highest standards of professionalism. However, Chair, the presence of numerous grammatical errors for me raises concerns about the document's quality and its credibility. And I find it somehow surprising, Chair, that such errors were not caught during the review process. And to me, obviously, it begs the question, what is the quality control measures that are actually put in place to ensure that the document is accurate and it's coherent? And who's the responsible person for reviewing and approving this document? And what will the Commission do in terms of rectifying these issues to prevent similar mistakes in the future? That is my comments and questions on the document and its current form. Chair, a lot of questions have been raised around the issues that I think many of us wants to raise. So I will touch on certain issues, but I will just put it as an additional without repeating what colleagues have said. And mine is in particular with the strategic shift of the CGE from direct service delivery to a more systemic approach. My question would be, in particular, how does the CGE plan to ensure that this new approach will indeed effectively address the pressing needs and the concern of women, girls, boys, and men, particularly those in marginalized communities? And then, given the critical need for greater awareness and impact in rural areas, and I know that has been mentioned, I take note of the mention of the initiative with regards to women in agriculture, in particular farm workers. But I need to understand what is the CGE's detailed and clear strategy when it comes to rural reach. You know, specific targets and timelines, Chair, for increasing awareness of the CGE's mandate and its services among rural communities. A detailed plan of enhancing collaboration with municipalities to amplify the CGE's impact, also again in rural areas, because that to me is a concern, because once you speak to people in rural areas, they have no clue of the existence of the CGE and what the CGE, what value the CGE can bring to their lives, because they do not even know what the CGE is and let alone its mandate is. So a rural outreach, a broader rural outreach strategy is really needed, Jay. Then the issue was mentioned about the fact that the critical oversight targets, such as court monitoring, police agent oversight, and Tutuzela Care Center monitoring, have been omitted from the current APP. So if that is so, and that these targets have been subsumed under other initiatives, such as maybe provincial investigations, can the CGE provide us with the specific details on where these targets are reflected and how their impact will be measured. Then, Chair, my next is on, given that the Commission's internal environmental analysis, which highlights funding and budgetary constraints, insufficient human capital, and its legal standing as weaknesses, I want to understand what specific strategies the Commission propose to address these challenges and to ensure effective implementation of its mandate, particularly in the light of the CGE highlighting its strength in independence and its national footprint. The issue around the unfunded business model have been raised by, I think, two of my colleagues already. And so additionally, I would like to know how the Commission plans to address the funding gap and ensure effective implementation of its mandate. And also if the Commission can just maybe allude to the current status of that financial request to National Treasury. And then, Chair, coming also on the issue of finances, there is a mention made of 3.9 million, which is stated as other expenses. Can that be clarified to the committee what the other expenses are? And then, Chair, my last question is with reference to the 900 complaints. I would like the Commission to unpack those complaints for us. I recall the presenter mentioning 225 complaints per quarter. I want to understand if, in my simple analysis, if we have 9 provinces, are we looking at 100 per province? If so, that is an indication of less than 8 complaints per month. Can the CGE enlighten us on this and unpack this for us as a committee? Chair, my last one is that the Commission is a commission on gender equality. There's a lot of emphasis in which I don't disagree with on women and girls, but we do know that we need it because it's the Commission on Gender Equality. One needs to have also a much broader focus or much more detailed focus on boys and men, the issues of positive masculinity, and how the CGE intends to bring all of that together so that it indeed fulfills its mandate with regards to gender equality. Chair, for now, I will stop there. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I want to, before we go back to the CGE for the first round of answers, I just wanted to say the CEO did make mention of the business model and that we've been asking for the documents. But I also think that it would be prudent of us, both the CGE and the Portfolio Committee, to get together in a workshop type of environment so that we can look at this business model, because ultimately, if you need more funding from Treasury, you are going to need this Portfolio Committee support. But I think the issue for me around the low budget allocation, which you say hinders the Commission's ability to effectively execute its mandate, is a very important point. And I think it's very key, because it means that you've signed off as a collective on this APP and strat plan and targets that you might possibly not be able to meet. And that for me is very concerning, because, at the end of the day, you would be setting yourself up for failure if that is the case. So really my question is, should the targets not have been reduced or modified based on your smaller budget, or the fact that you don't have that additional 70 million that you need from Treasury? Also, the APP speaks about 70 million, but the CEO mentioned, I think, 53 million, if I'm correct. So we just need the correct amount, if possible. Then, in terms of your APP on page 21, you speak about your strengths, and it was mentioned. You say a national footprint with offices in all 9 provinces, therefore rendering the CGE accessible to everyone. But on the issue of accessibility and visibility, I must say we went to the office in Durban, as you know, and we found those offices not very accessible or visible. In fact, the offices were in a bad condition. Because it's not accessible or visible, I think you only get about 2 walk-ins per week. It might be less. So it really calls into question then whether one of the strengths is that we've got accessible offices in all 9 provinces. Because, for example, I think there is a need to rethink, for example, where that Durban office is housed. We couldn't even find it, and we had people with us. So that is one of my concerns. With regards to the critical vacancies, I heard about the COO, and in fact, the business model requires the CEO. But it's unclear what your current vacancy rate is and which are the priority vacancies that you'll be filling and within which time frames. Yeah, there was a question and it has been asked, but I think you did previously have the targets relating to monitoring police stations, the courts, and to Dizela care centers. And we've asked this of you before, because at the end of the day, we've got a gender-based violence crisis in our country, and your documents do make a note of that. But then it's seemingly we are scaling down on our interventions, because if we're not having this as a target, the CGE becomes less impactful in my view. So just maybe a comment in that regard. With regards to the, page 21 in your APP speaks about opportunity, and it says one of the opportunities is accepting external donor funding for programs. Now, if we speak about this budget shortfall that impacts negatively on your mandate, then the question really becomes, what work have we put into realizing this opportunity of attracting external donor funding? Then on the issue of the role of commissioners, page 25 of the Strat Plan, it reads, there's a lack of clarity on roles and responsibilities between commissioners and staff. There's an inability to measure the impact of CGE interventions. And that is another key concern of this portfolio committee. We often speak about the fact that we've got this approach of workshops, legal clinics, and other interventions, but then we are unable to measure the impact of our interventions. So really my question is, how are we going to go forward? How will we going forward determine whether the legal clinics and your outreach programs are making any difference if we're unable to measure the impact? Then with regard to the lack of clarity on the roles and responsibilities between commissioners and staff, what is the status of the policy that governs the relationship between commissioners and staff at the CGE? With regard to the handbook, the Commissioner's Handbook, I want to know whether the handbook is being implemented and whether everyone has been trained on the handbook. And in particular, I want to go to Section 11 of the handbook. It speaks about commissioners reporting and accountability, and it says, commissioners are individually and collectively accountable to plenary and parliament, and commissioners' activities and programs are to be aligned to the strategic plan and the APP of the CGE. Now, how will the commissioners and their specific contributions to the APP and the strategic plan be measured, monitored, and evaluated? It also speaks that all commissioners' reports must be submitted to the chairperson. And then on the next page, which is page 26, it says every quarter, all commissioners shall compile comprehensive reports on their activities and submit these to the chairperson. Now, if we go back to commissioners are individually and collectively accountable to plenary and parliament, and we speak about the issues of work reports or reports of commissioners, I want to just remind the leadership of the CGE that when we met last year, we had requested, and it's actually captured in our BRRR recommendations, that we want these reports also to be furnished to our portfolio committee. Otherwise, we cannot play our oversight role in terms of seeing exactly what commissioners are doing, the impact that it's making. Also considering now that we're saying we don't have enough resources to implement the CGE's mandate effectively, I think there's an added responsibility then on commissioners to play their part. So I just want to remind, all of us will remind the leadership of the CGE that we do want these reports to be furnished to the portfolio committee. I also want to speak, when we say lastly, before we go to the answers, when you speak to the issue of the relationship between commissioners and staff, Chairperson, I saw in the handbook as well that you are the person that delegates media interviews to commissioners or the CEO. It's your prerogative. It says Chairperson will designate commissioners to take media and related interviews on behalf of the CGE. But on the 30th of May, I was watching ENCA and there was an interview being done by a legal officer in your office, and she was speaking on GBV matters. And I just wanted to understand, when we talk about conflating roles between commissioners and staff, are staff allowed to do these type of interviews, and why, when we are saying that commissioners alongside yourself are the public face of the commission, are we not fully utilizing commissioners to take these type of interviews? So, because at the end of the day, media exposure again optimizes the reach of the CGE. So I just wanted clarity in that regard. But I'm going to hand over back to you, Chairperson and CEO, and then you can take the first round of questions before we go to the second round of questions. We've got another hour and a half, so at least time is on our side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. I'll let the CEO start, and CEO, you'll indicate which ones I should deal with. The last question raised by the Chairperson, I will deal with that because it's directed at me. But the rest, please choose CEO because they're more technical, and then the rest will come in. Thank you. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start with the first question, Chairperson, and pardon me if I missed some. I'll just request that either I'll respond in writing because I missed, as the honorable members were highlighting the questions, because there were quite many. But I'm comfortable, Chair, to then respond to those that I was able to capture, and I commit to come back to some of those. So the first one, Chairperson, was around the budget allocation. Why do we justify first and foremost the 80% of the budget towards the salaries and 20% towards the programs? And in the same breath, the question is to the effect that seeming to suggest, are we not supposed to be spending much of these funds towards the provinces, because this is where the crux of the work is being done? I think what is important, first and foremost, Chair, is to highlight that all the core departments are based at head office, with over 50 employees and commissioners at head office versus 45 that are currently at provinces. And then secondly, we need to also note that the work of the commission decisions are taken between provincial managers, HODs, as well as the accounting officer. And therefore, we need a number of people to really action the strategic objectives of the commission, which in its current form, we still argue, Chairperson, that we still need more personnel for us to be able to do what is expected of us. And from the business model, we have said and acknowledged that we need to look at other innovative ways, technology to try to work a little bit smarter, to increase reach, and so forth. But at the same breath, here's a limitation. Another honorable member, and correctly so, asks, how do we extend reach in rural areas? So at the end of the day, Chair, we need more people on the ground who will be able to travel from one district to another and access those people that are in the remote rural areas that we are unable to provide information to them. So there is that need that we have more people on the ground to ensure that we do what is expected of us. So, and that is why at the end of the day, you find that we are having more employees, and 80% of our salaries are towards these employees, and less is on programs. But even when it comes to programs, we try to be as innovative as we can be so that we are able to still discharge our mandate. And we rely, Chairperson, on a number of stakeholder relations that we have in provinces so that we can be in a position to reach. So municipalities, for example, it's one of the critical stakeholders that we work with across provinces so that they can give us an entry into those areas that we're unable to reach, but most importantly, bring challenges that we ordinarily do not have information on so that we are able to develop strategies to deal with such. Now, when I look at our reports, for example, in the Northwest, we have been in all districts: Mahikeng, Klersdorp, Kraipan, Taung, Hammanskraal, Potchefstroom, amongst others, where we were able to have these stakeholder engagements with the provincial office leading the discussions around teenage pregnancy, sexual reproductive and health rights, disability inclusion, communal land, as well as gender-based violence. Illegal Initiation School was one of those accountability sessions that we've held, and we work very closely with SALGA, COCTA, and the Department of Health in terms of that. So that is what we're able to deal with that. And we notice from the Free State that the district model is also assisting. And equally, we work with the South African Police Service on districts as well as DSD on the needs assessment, including increased prevalence on drivers of gender-based violence and femicide. And equally in the Eastern Cape, that is the type of relationship with the municipalities where SALGA, particularly Provincial Women Lekgotla, is what we are relying on to really understand the issues on the ground and then cascade the knowledge sharing with all the constituencies on the ground. So that's what we are trying to innovatively address this deficiency of now only 20% toward programs. We're coming up with those innovative ways, cost-effective ways, so that we are still able to meet the desired outcome from the APP. And then there's a question around what is the plan to fund the business model, and I think it has been asked on numerous honorable members. So we are developing a funding strategy that will really respond to the need to close the challenge of not having resources in the organization. So that is the plan. The funding strategy, we believe, once it's linked properly with the business model, we should be able to meet the goals of just closing this gap. But again, we must be upfront to say donor funding, again, is not something that will be within our control. It will be subject to stakeholders that are saying we are keen to provide donors to the commission. I mean, funds to the organization. We are keen to commit so much funds towards the organization, and that is the long-term strategy that we are hoping to get. We are currently working with UNFPA on the gender index in the previous financial and the current one. They have committed to say we will partner with the commission, will help the commission actually to develop this index, and from their side, they will put a certain amount of dollars in place so that they are able to travel around and assist us to travel and get the necessary data from that perspective. So what I appreciate is that there's that appetite though from stakeholders to work with the commission and put funds to it. So once we finalize the funding strategy, we should be able to have a longer, sustainable, efficient organization that is able to deliver significantly on its mandate. But that alone, Chair, I will say it's one of the ways in which we go about it. But there's still that obligation from Treasury, wherein, Chair, we are saying there needs to be recognition that the 97 million that we are currently given, it's not sufficient for us to meet our constitutional obligations. We are trying with the little resources that we have, but it should be considered favorably that the more resources we get, the more impactful we are going to be as a constitutional body. And that is why part of our ways we are saying, Chair, we are not saying we are completely moving from our constitutional mandate of rendering a particular mandate, but we are saying we cannot be a frontline service delivery organization. For example, we are basically saying when there is a case of GBV, there is already the South African Police Services where cases of that nature needs to be opened. When the system fails, the criminal justice system fails from the South African Police Service or the Department or the National Prosecuting Authority, we should then come in as a constitutional body and provide the necessary intervention. And therefore, we are saying to South Africans, the CG cannot be where you are reporting cases, the first point of reporting. Go to those constituencies or institutions that have been designated with a specific mandate to investigate and make a determination. And when those systems fails, we come in and we intervene, we monitor as per our monitoring function. And that is all what we are saying. Otherwise, we run a risk where, Chair, we have people now coming to the commission and not going to the South African Police Service. We have people who are coming to the Commission for Gender Equality and not going to the Department of Health to get that particular service. But we need to understand where lies the problem in terms of system failure so that when we intervene, we not only intervene at an individual level, but we intervene at a systemic level, where we are going to bring out a specific issue, make a clear recommendation to a department that certain system needs to be improved so that we don't have a repetition of some of the challenges that are brought before us. So that is simply what we are saying. We are not saying we are going to turn away any complainant that come to the commission, but we are saying the manner in which we are going to intervene will be different. It will be more systemic so that we can address the overarching challenges rather than an individual one. I'll give a classical example. We had challenges with child maintenance in the past. And instead of now just having one complainant who comes and says, I'm not receiving my maintenance monies, we call the Department of Justice and we say, what seems to be problem with the system that you have to ensure that people receive their maintenance monies timeously? So whilst we were able to address the request of an individual, we then there was a system, if I recall, called the Moja payment system, that we've said that system, we support it, but it should really be digitized, and every investigating officer, maintenance officer, is given a working machine so that monies are able to be transferred timeously and children are able to access those. So, and that is all what we are saying. You bring an issue, we'll address it in a systemic way so that it can benefit more than one person. So there was a question to say, how is this approach going to help? This approach is going to benefit a lot of people. This approach is that the systemic approach is not going to benefit just A and B. It's going to benefit A to Z. And that is the approach that we want. And we believe in that regard, it will be impactful. Chair, when we challenged, for example, Section 25 of the Basic Conditions of Employment, it's another classic example where we said we are going to intervene not just at an individual level, but we are going into this litigation so that the outcome can benefit adoptive parents and children whose parents are not biological, that are born through surrogacy, amongst others, right? So that is the approach that we are taking, that we need a systemic impact, a systemic approach so that we don't find that we're dealing with individual complaints. But I wish to emphasize to the committee that we are not turning down any individual working. In fact, we still encourage people to come to the commission when they're dissatisfied with certain services, and we're able to address them accordingly. So by so saying, Chair, the risk around CGE not having not being easily accessible. So we were able to assess that, Chair. We appreciate the fact that not everybody is aware of the Commission for Gender Equality, especially in rural areas. But we are saying we are using these like-minded institutions to get reach. But the context must be understood that we have only one legal person in each province. We have only one education person in each province. So practically, it will not be feasible to say with confidence that we have reached each and every single community in South Africa. It's not possible. And we must acknowledge that. And that is why we are saying perhaps one of the ways in which we can really deal with this is to have district offices. That will ensure that we are even more accessible to those that could not come to the CBDs to access us in that regard. And there's a question also on how is CGE monitoring the gender responsive budgeting? We have done a report, Chairperson, from a research department, and one of the things that we recommended there was that gender responsive budgeting needs to be legislated. And we believe that once it is legislated, we will be able to hold largely departments accountable in terms of gender responsive budgeting. And we are aware that the Department of Women and Persons with Disability have started a process which we, I must emphasize, we were involved in the drafting of the wage bill, the revised wage bill now. And what we have submitted in the wage bill is precisely this clause that there must be gender responsive budgeting. It's mandatory, something to that effect. And I know that the last update was that it is at an advanced level in terms of the department's processes so that we can realize that recommendation from our side. There's a question around why does the APP lack who and what more detail? Remember, Chairperson, we are going to provide the who and the what and the how when we present the Q1 report, because the Q1 report now, we will detail which actual submissions have we made, which communities have we reached, which stakeholders did we meet, and which stakeholders did we engage for the purposes of our research report. We can't put that in the APP because the APP is a guiding document, but the concept notes and the operational plans, when we conceptualize, we then identify the who, the how, and the when. So I just wanted to say we did not include this in the APP because it's not supposed to be part of the APP, but the quarterly reports will be responding largely around that. The question on the oversight of SAPs as well as courts removed, I think the chairperson will also come in there, but this is my respective submission in as far as this target is concerned. Chairperson, we have been monitoring courts since the financial year 2024-2025, 2014-2015 financial year. This is where the systemic approach of monitoring courts commenced. So it doesn't start now. So from 2014-2015, we were looking at the effectiveness of equality courts, effectiveness of maintenance courts, effectiveness of sexual offences courts, and the maintenance courts. So 2014-15, 15 financial year, 2016, 17-18 financial year, 18-19 financial year, that is what we've been focusing on. And we, for 4 consecutive years, we have submitted, in terms of court monitoring, the reports to the Department of Justice, the South African Police Service, let me rather say the Justice Cluster in totality, where we were able to detail our findings and recommendations. We had stakeholder engagements where these reports were presented largely. Now, we know that since the reporting, since we have reported that, we've also received progress reports around how the departments have moved in terms of addressing the recommendations, which largely were around shortage of personnel. We'll have shortage of magistrates in courts, we'll have shortages of prosecutors, maintenance officers, designated magistrates in the equality courts. These are areas that we have brought to the Department of Justice to say, can you deal with this? But what we have done in the previous financial year was, can we revisit the issue of the sexual offences courts? Because when they were developed, the whole purpose was to ensure that matters are receiving the necessary details around the progress or the efficiency of the sexual offences courts. And we have consolidated a report to that effect, and we have again submitted it to the department. And the most evident aspect that comes out, even in terms of court monitoring, is the delay of the DNA results, which seems to be a critical issue when it comes to finalization of GBV matters. And that's what we have done. So we also looked at the South African Police Service in terms of the participation by commissioners. I know commissioners were doing that. And largely this is when there was a pronouncement at the time by the Minister of Police, where they were saying that there were hotspots. And then the commission at the time decided that it's prudent that we visit that. But we've gathered enough data wherein it is clear where lies the problem. And a report was subsequently published and handed over to the South African Police Service for implementation. Because what was now becoming evident was that the issues that we have raised in the final report that we've sent to the South African Police Service are similar as and when we engage with stakeholders on the ground. So there was nothing unique. If we talk about lost dockets, for example, it was a common issue. The lack of digitization of those dockets, it became an issue. The lack of usage of motor vehicles, it became a common issue. The lack of capacity of investigating officers to investigate GBV issues are generally the same. There was nothing peculiar when we engage stakeholders and when we engage South African Police Service that we found that was not there in our South African Police Service report that we have handed over. So we can still say, let us do it, but the issue is, have they exhausted the implementation of our recommendations? Because we verily believe that once those recommendations are implemented, then we will be having no challenges. At least those challenges that we've identified will be a thing of the past. So there must be something unique this time around that we say we are going to look at, and we are going to engage South African Police Service, because it's a contemporary emerging issue that we have not identified. So, and that's what I just wanted to submit, that it could be critical, but we need to identify contemporary issues now that we have not captured in our previous report. And then we decide how we are going to, if there's nothing contemporary, if there's nothing emerging that we have not covered, then we might as well take those resources and put them into other programs that are new, that can help us to achieve our mandate at a more impactful way. And that is where we felt it must be done. And similarly with correctional services, one may argue that why have we abandoned correctional services? The provinces that we have visited thus far, again, the issues are similar. And why do I say that? In fact, when we went to the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services and we were presenting these reports, they were saying, CGE, what you are raising is not new. We are aware of these issues. And we were going to the Portfolio Committee to say, we need you to also help us, because we have a limitation in terms of our power, seemingly. But we need the responsible oversight committees to help us hold these departments accountable on challenges that we have identified in correctional service. So we have not abandoned it. We have just elevated our reports to the relevant duty bearers or to the oversight committees to say, you may be able to help us to achieve what we desire, that is the implementation of our recommendations. So correctional services, we are no longer doing it, but the issues have been well captured. They are before the portfolio committee. We have written to the commissioner. They are aware of the report. They are aware of our recommendations. They are aware of the findings as gross as they are. And they are now being taken to task from that perspective. And we expect that we'll get an additional invitation because that's what we've agreed, that the portfolio committee will invite us again on correctional services so that we can get a formal response again from the department in the implementation of our recommendations. And what am I saying, Chairperson? I'm simply saying we are not just developing reports and being at the mercy of the Concord. We are saying we have looked at how innovatively Parliament as a body can be used also to enforce our recommendations by holding duty bearers accountable based on our recommendations and findings. And I think in the past couple of months, we've been on a drive to visit different portfolio committees to ensure that this aspiration is indeed realized. The issue around the implementation of the AG findings, we have an audit action plan that we developed every year, and it seeks to respond to the issues that are raised by the Auditor General. And we welcome those findings because they seek to improve governance processes and systems in the organization. But what we are happy about, and I'm hoping once we finalize the 2024 report we'll be presenting, you'll be able to see the strides that have been made to respond to the audit findings that were raised by the Auditor General. From where we are sitting of the targets that we had from the audit action plan, more than 75% of those have been achieved, if not overachieved. My CFO is here, may just confirm that. But we were able to, in fact, overachieve in addressing the challenges that the Auditor General have raised. But we are not oblivious to the fact that, Chairperson, there may be other areas that are now emerging, and we are anticipating that, and we are saying once those are brought to our attention, we will equally develop an audit action plan so that we can respond and address those issues. Where we don't agree with the Auditor General, we will raise that within the appropriate structures so that the issues can be addressed. In terms of the CG Act being renewed, and as well as the legal clinic, allow me to say this, Chairperson. We are going to the Constitutional Court to get clarity following the Nkandla judgment. Because the Nkandla judgment seeks to say, Chapter 9, the public protector, as well as other Chapter 9 institutions, cannot be ignored willy-nilly by duty bearers. And we read the Nkandla judgment to mean, therefore, when we make recommendations, they cannot be ignored, right? And that was the understanding. However, what is clear is that from the Human Rights Commission as well as the CG Act, there is no specific clause that says you may take remedial actions when compared to the public protector. The Human Rights Commission, it says you must take progressive steps, to ensure that there is human right protection by going to court and so forth, which is not even in the CG Act. But we believe, Chairperson, once the Constitutional Court makes a pronouncement on whether Chapter 9 institution recommendations are binding, we will then come back and say, can we review the CG Act in line with the decision that is clarified by the Constitutional Court, so that we know that we are in the right approach. Right now, Chair, if we just amend the CG Act, we are amending it whilst there's a decision pending there. So that is the rationale where we say we are going to hold off, let's get an outcome, If the outcome is unfavorable, we will still make a submission for the review of the CG Act. And one of our mandates is that we must lobby, and we'll be lobbying your kind self, Chairperson, to say we need the portfolio committee to rally behind the amendment of the CG Act so that it can have remedial actions. And then we will test the constitutionality and the legality thereafter. But right now, we just feel it's appropriate that we wait for that decision to be made before we amend the CG Act. But in the interim, we are looking at different ways to enforce our recommendations. As I've been indicated, portfolio committees are being approached at large so that we can get the necessary support to make accounting officers accountable in terms of that. So when it comes to the legal clinic, and there's a question to say, then we are not able to represent clients. Innovative ways is we have a database of pro bono legal practitioners. So they render services on a pro bono basis, and we only pay the disbursements. And we have found thus far that these pro bono service attorneys, they are providing quality report, quality work, at least on some of the matters that we were able to observe. So we are using that to still have clients represented or CG represented at different forums in that regard. But of course, there are those that we need to pay where we are unable to get pro bono attorneys or legal practitioners, and we have to pay monies in that regard. And largely those would be around labor-related issues concerning the CGE and its employees. Largely it's around those. But systemic impact litigation around the work of the organization, in the main, we have pro bono attorneys that are taking up on that service. I will request indulgence. I know there's a question around who are these law firms and whether they are youth and whether they are led by persons with disability. I'll just really go and check in terms of the profiling per se. But I do know that we are currently litigating in the Eastern Cape on a matter, and there's a counsel there that is a female on impact litigation, and we also have ENS that is also led by a colored woman there on the matter of Mpepu that is currently pending at Limpopo High Court, because we want to deal with the principle of male primogeniture, which seeks to also in this instant exclude women taking traditional leadership position. So we are using ENS in that regard on a pro bono basis. We are only paying disbursements in that regard. And then, so the legal clinic, once it is sorted, Chairperson, it essentially means our legal officers who are admitted attorneys of the High Court of South Africa will be in a position to represent clients at different courts, particularly under the equality courts, because under the PEPUDA it's very much clear that the CGE shall litigate or represent clients on matters where persons are discriminated on the basis of their gender. So we believe that we will start to talk more about our role in the equality court, knowing very well that we have a capacity within the organization. But we also acknowledge, Chair, when we did our court monitoring report, we've realized that there is a paucity of matters that are reported at the Equality Court, particularly within the mandate of the Commission. We have started the process to resuscitate the Equality Review Committee with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, which the chairperson of the Commission per legislation sits in that committee, and they decide and handle matters out of the equality courts. And we are hoping that once the department has filled the remaining vacancies out of the Equality Review Committee, we will start to see the emergence of gender-related issues at the equality courts, and then we will be able to come in and address them with our legislative mandate. Chair, in terms of the number of engagements that we'll have achieved by the end of 5 years, we'll have to calculate that, Chairperson. Suffice to say, every financial year in our APP, in the MTF period, we have highlighted specific numbers that we will be achieving for each financial year. So from that chair, we should be able to just give an indication of how many we should be able to have by the end of five years. So I don't want to just give an open answer. I can come back and write into that so that we can give you a definite number. But if you look at, for example, gender mainstreaming, or rather gender in development, we are saying in the current financial year we'll do 45, the next year it will be 54, and the other year will be 63. So from that we'll be able to deduce at least until 2027, 2028, how many we can have. However, because our strat plan, our APP is only for 3 financial years, we still have to decide in 2028, 2029, 2030, what is the target thereof for us to be in a position to answer accurately to the question around how many do we envisage to achieve by the end of the financial year. Chairperson, we have submitted that our plan is to make as many legislative submissions as possible. With 80 with 22 for the current financial year and 25 for the next financial year. And I have humbly submitted, Chairperson, that we will also have a tracking tool which the legal researcher in the legal department is currently using. He is using that tool to track how far each committee is in terms of our submission and looking at ultimately what the bill looks like. And that we will be able to deduce whether our inputs were considered or not in that from that perspective. So I wanted to just clarify that, yes, the tool is there, the system is there, but we believe with time, Chair, we should be able to just give you an indication of how many bills were considered. But this is an aspect that is beyond our control. It's subject to a bill passed into law. Only then we'll be in a position to see whether our submissions were considered or not. In the previous financial year, there was a question in terms of how much have we spent on legal representation. On the financial year 2024-2025, we spent about 2.4 million on litigation. Now, I need to break it down to say litigation here, it's at employee-employer relations, so there may be an issue that we are currently dealing with either at the labor court, that is forming part of the 2.4, but on impact litigation in as far as programs are concerned, as I've said, the amount should be marginal. It should be minimal because largely we are relying on the pro bono services that we are getting.
CEO,
Chairperson?
Sorry, we also still have to take a second round of questions. So
Yes, Chair.
Please, can you just wrap up this first round in the next 5 minutes or so, please?
All right, let me try, Chairperson. I noted the concerns around the strat plan. We will strengthen that internal control so that there aren't any errors from that. So let me just quickly check. All right, so in terms of the complaints, the 900s, how can we unpack that? So we are basically saying, Chairperson, every quarter we will have 225 complaints that will be dealt with by each province, and essentially say at a minimum we are expecting each province to have a minimum of 25 complaints and inquiries that they will do. And we are saying this because this is, again, we don't have full control. We cannot tout for complaints. This is depending on whether people come in or not. So we are putting at least a minimum of 25 per province for them to submit. The Honorable Chairperson also asked, are we not shooting ourselves in the foot in terms of increasing the targets. We understand that, Chairperson, but at the same time, there are these questions to say, CG, why are your targets being stagnant? Why are you not increasing your targets? And we were trying to respond to that criticism, that let's see what we can do in terms of that. But the feedback that I have in Q1 is that we should be able to meet our targets. And Chairperson, I've made reference to the fact that the current amount is 70 million or so. We just need 53 million to fund the business model. So that is the distinction is. The current HR vacancy rate, yes, Chair, there are critical positions. The COO is one position that we need. Communication administrators, that's what we need. Risk officers is what we need. We need additional officials at provinces that can be there to deal with provincial work, because we have one officer per province, therefore it becomes a limitation. And yeah, so I think on donor finding, my chairperson will respond to that. And I note your concern in terms of Durban, Chairperson. Again, we don't have full control over our infrastructure. We are really reliant on the Department of Public Works for us to provide proper offices that are accessible. And constantly, we are motivating to have proper offices that are also considering lifts that are working so that we can accommodate persons with disability, but we are limited in terms of that aspect. Yeah, that will be my overall submission, Chair. If I've missed something, I'll be guided. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, CEO. I'm wondering whether I can make an appeal to the chairperson, whether she would be willing to answer all her questions that have been directed to her at the end during your closing remarks, and allow me to take another round of questions. Would that be suitable for now? Acceptable.
Yes, that will be suitable, Chair, except that I had assigned some commissioners who had direct questions
Okay.
to come in and clarify. For example, the issue of visibility in Northwest, what is happening, I would have loved Commissioner Ngomane, you'll guide when they can come in. And then the issue of mandate of the CGE, that we have shifted from the mandate, I had assigned Commissioner van der Merwe to respond to that. And the fundraising thing for Commissioner Nomvungu, because Commissioner Nomvungu and I think one or two other commissioners are in that sub-team to drop the proposal. And I had asked him to do that. So I don't know what your advice is.
Okay, let's take the three commissioners that you have indicated will give us responses. Okay. Thereafter, we'll go to the honourable members that still need to be allowed an opportunity to ask questions. And at the end, you will be able to summarise, if that is okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Ngomane, over to you, please. Commissioner Ngomane.
Morning, good afternoon, Chairperson, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and honourable members. Thanks a lot, Chair, for the question. In the Northwest, we conduct many awareness sessions on issues of gender mainstreamings, but we also engage with the legislature of Northwest and municipalities, even traditional leaders. Just to mention a few, we had last year engagements with TVET colleges, and we also had a session with the LGBTQI community on the issues of rights, but also we engaged the community of Potchefstroom on issues of teenage pregnancies, and we met with the traditional leaders to discuss issues of gender equality, especially around how communal land is distributed. We realize that it's discriminatory not only to women but even to men, one member was raising the issue that our mainstreaming is more focused on women and silent on boys and men. We raised sharply the issue of men's rights and on how the land was distributed in Northwest, because you will realize that the traditional leaders will say we don't allocate land to a man that is not married, regardless of his age. And also it was discriminatory on women that we don't also allocate land to women who are not married and who don't have children. But if you are if you are a woman that is not married but you've got children, then they will allocate land to you. So we raise those issues to them as part of gender mainstreaming and gender awareness. And also the issues of death in the initiation schools around Northwest. We raised the issue that it violates gender rights of young boys or of young men because they get there, they die, but those that survive, they also get to be violated just because of their gender. So, Chair, we really engage with, we've got a stakeholder engagement sessions which consist of community leaders, CPF, that consist of councillors, ward committees, even police and clinics. We do conduct those awareness to them. Quite recently, we had a session with the Northwest Legislature to raise issues on how the HODs in Northwest were being hired, because when we checked the profile of Northwest gender HODs, the majority of them, in fact, I can say 90% of them are men. And the legislature invited us to input on their gender mainstreaming in the workplace. If I'm not mistaken, 2 weeks back. So we had a session with them, and we agreed that going forward, we will go in strategic departments in Northwest to talk about issues of gender mainstreaming, but also issues of sexual harassment in the workplace and any other issue that affects them. We may not be that much visible, as the member was saying, solely because of our capacity in terms of staffing. If I'm not mistaken, Chair, in Northwest, our complete staff complement is less than 10. So we are dealing with a province of more than 2 million people with less than 10 staff members. That is our biggest problem. But the CEO has committed that once we go on a full-scale engagement of Northwest provincial government, he will assist with deploying some head office staff to reinforce the Northwest team. Let me stop there, Chair, with your permission, and thank you.
Thanks, Kongomani. Commissioner van der Merwe, just briefly on the issue of the mandate.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the CGE, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Good afternoon to everyone, including the members of Parliament. As the Chairperson said, just very briefly, I don't want to repeat what the CEO has already said, but the mandate of the CGE is monitoring and accountability rather than being a direct service provider. The CEO eloquently explained that we do strategic litigation rather than doing it on a case-by-case basis. Also, just very briefly on the visibility on the community, of commissioners. Even in my province, it's taken me a while, but I I want to say that there's a strategic way in which commissioners come in to support the work through monitoring, through holding accountable those who are supposed to implement, as well as enforcing accountability. And that's the level at which I come in and explain to stakeholders in the province that when you see the operational stuff, there are activities that are done at an operational level. And when you see me, you can safely assume that the issue is brought in at a more strategic level. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner Nomvungu. Please clarify the issue of sustainability quickly for the honorable members.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Good afternoon, colleagues and members of and honorable members. Mine is just quickly to explain that we are working on a fundraising strategy which will speak to sustainability of the Commission for Gender Equality. And part of that strongly focuses on resource mobilization. As you've heard the CEO, that we're struggling to attract skilled and qualified personnel to be appointed at CG, such as COO, due to lack of resources and what we offer, which is way below in the market. And what we are doing at the moment, we're looking at collating all the information. In fact, we have already collated all the information in terms of the provinces. And what we are looking at expanding our footprint by creating at around 36 regional offices, which will in turn ensure that CGE's visibility and accessibility in all our community is ensured. And but all that, honorable members, we must all do that within the ambits of the law, which will guarantee our independence, impartiality, and acting with dignity and ensuring effectiveness, as the Constitution, Section 1813, emphasized to us. And what I want to also support here is what Honorable Tiamo has made, that CGE is one of the C9s that are extremely underfunded if you compare the commission with other C9s, and yet the mandate that we are entrusted by the Constitution is vast and is across, and it needs resources to be implemented. And it's just to ensure you, honorable members, that really above and beyond what the meeting is to take place in terms of persuading Treasury to at least look at increasing our funding, we are also doing something from our end in terms of attracting funding as far as the donations is concerned. But that should not, from our end, we are very much aware that it should not compromise what we do in terms of our constitutional mandate. And that's just really what I wanted to say, Chairperson, in terms of this document. And as the Portfolio Committee Chairperson, I recommended that it would be advisable for us to get into one room just to look at the strategic plan. But also, I hope when that takes place, this fundraising strategy will also be in place so that we can also demonstrate to you areas where we want to implement these regional offices and how much it will cost, all that. Thank you so much, honorable members. And
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you very much. You actually just said what I wanted to say, because I was going to say that once we get together to look at your business model, I think the fundraising matter or the fundraising strategy becomes even more critical, considering that we're saying that it should be the vehicle through which we can deliver these 36 regional offices. But it is something that we'll do in future. I'm going to take Honorable Dr. Leklape, Honorable Kanyile, followed by Honorable, oh, I see the hand of the chairperson.
Chair, sorry to come in there. I just wanted to clarify a question that the CEO did not clarify. The fact that of the 80% salary, 79% of the 80 is actually program staff. Only 21 is admin, and in that 21, we've included IT. So a big chunk of that is actually program staff.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
That was an important clarification. Dr. Leklape, over to you. We will go to Honorable Kanyile after that, and from there, it's the opportunity of Honorable Megan Chauke Adonis. Doc, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Mine will be brief. It will just take about half an hour. The first one.
Half an hour.
What is discussed, but I want to ask it explicitly. Does the CGE think we as a committee have a clear understanding of your mandate, functions, and scope of activity? Because I just become confused sometimes about oversight, below the line, operational, etc., so that there should be clarity in our minds, so that we know what we can hold you accountable for, or we can improve on our oversight function. You spoke about a program that was at the school level somewhere in KZN. Is there any interaction with the Department of Basic Education? Because unless you partner with people that have the operational mandate on various aspects, you're going to be stretched thin. Should you be getting involved at the strategic level, maybe curriculum, program, an intervention at that level, so that it can cascade into a national program? The issue about teenage pregnancies, there are many other people that are involved in that, and we're doing these things piecemeal, social welfare, basic education, etc., Is there a way in which this thing can be done jointly by government structures? And with respect to that, is there an analysis of the teenage pregnancies? Because everybody talks about blessers. Are there figures on the percentages of teenage pregnancies that are from blessers? What are the stats? What are the proportions that are from their peers? And what are the proportions that are from family members? Do we have those numbers to be able, so that we can't glibly make it just a blessers issue? The chair in the beginning spoke about an issue of the relationship with political parties. Should it be a question of influence or informing them? And political parties should know what the CGE stands for and ensure that they also conform to what is being put out in their political parties, not the other way around. Lastly, the second last question, where do we interface with COCTA, sports and culture, in terms of indabas? We'll talk about the bottom end, rural programs, land reform, women not being given land, but we don't talk about the top, where it comes from. They are not included in the discussions about land. We have a land claim, and when we meet, they say the council is only for men. That's a gross violation of equality. How do you interact with those traditional beliefs upstream and not just downstream? And how do you interact with the culture side of things? Now, we're talking about expansion, no money for this, no money for that. What will be the relationship between CGE and the Council for Gender-Based Violence? Because for some of us, you are coordinating engagement in society, talks. This GBV Council is supposed to be like SANE, where people can have dialogue. Now, CGE has started all those processes on its own. Now there's something coming up. What should be the relationship? Because we're being asked to set up a bureaucracy for 30 million rands or so, just positions of CEO, CFO, etc., and there's no money for programs on the ground. Public Service Commission, do you have a relationship with them? Because when you're talking about employment issues, bullying, sexism in these structures, these are public service employment structures. So is CGE informing public service in terms of employment procedures and things that should be taken into account so that it can translate into the transformation that you seek of gender representation in positions that are significant in the education system or the public system? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Doc. Honorable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you, to the Commission colleagues and the staff. Chair, I'd like to take this opportunity and welcome the presentation as well, and welcome the responses and clarifications that we have received thus far. I think I just have a few follow-up questions. On the issue of women not being given communal land. I have been covered by Honorable Litlape. However, when the Commission was responding to the initial question, where the response was given to them that women that are not married and women that does not have children, they are currently not considered. And the Commission further elaborated that those were the issues raised. What I would like to find out is, after they have raised those issues, what were the responses that were given to them? I'd like to know where they are currently, because I feel like this decision is discriminatory. Number two, it is on the issue of teenage pregnancy. The Commission has indicated that I think there were recommendations that were made with one of the Department of Education. However, they have observed that those recommendations have not been implemented. Is it possible for the Commission to furnish us with those recommendations? I think this can also assist us from our angle of oversight, as we sometimes have meetings with the Department of Basic Education. Maybe we can be able to raise these issues on their behalf. The last question that I have, Chairperson, is on the issue on strat plan, where the Commission set a target of 900 complaints, and also indicated that they have, in the previous financial period, they have reached this target. However, they further emphasized that going forward, they're going to be using the systematic approach instead of individual complaints. I need clarity on what now this 900, based on the presentation or the response that was given to us. What is now this 900 target based on? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanile. Can I hand over to the Honorable Chauke Adonis? Okay, Honorable Shubanga also said she is covered. I see the hand of Honorable Toteti. Are you covered, or is it a legacy hand?
No, Chair, it's not. In the response
Honorable colleague,
about
your wife, your connection, we cannot hear you.
Chair, is it better?
Now it's a little bit better. Yes, please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Now, I was saying that the CEO would have responded. I feel that his response doesn't comprehensively cover what I would have posed on issues of outsourced legal attorneys that they would be utilizing. Now, we've established that indeed they do outsource law firms to come and assist them. Now, I said that we must get a sense of within the budget that we are approving for them. How much are they spending? I don't think this is information that one has to go dig down. It should be readily available because you are giving us a report of what you have done with the money which we have approved for you. And then in terms of the breakdown of the demographics, uh, which group would have benefited, if any at all? I hear mention of the case involving a female attorney, because you see, Chair, we can't take it light that our entities are clumsy when it comes to issues of equity and empowerment of our people. If that service indeed is being outsourced, what becomes the allocation in terms of the demographics? Do we have young people being considered? Who are the firms that are getting this kind of who are being utilized? We know and acknowledge the pro bono firms, but how many amongst those have been considered after having done the pro bono services, have been considered as one of the firms that can now be outsourced with payments? Now, I think that has to do with being transparent to us and the people of South Africa. So I want to caution the CEO from responding it as a by the way question. You need to give us information on these things because they have to do with the economic empowerment of our people. So can we really go back to that question, and the CEO need to really give us a sense of how are they dealing with that thing. I don't think a commission as this one can not keep track of such important uh, uh, policy issue in as far as their spending and supply chain processes are concerned. So thank you very much. I wanted to emphasize that thing so that it was not be responded to as a by the way question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable colleague. Okay, I'm going to hand back over to the CGE, but I also just wanted to ask about your case backlog. What is the current status in that regard? The CEO mentioned that Parliament has got a responsibility to hold duty bearers accountable, and I would be interested in, you've been going around to other portfolio committees. What has been the commitment from the other PCs in terms of some of the recommendations that you have been making? How is the CGE monitoring and evaluating the performance of our own department, Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, insofar as assessing matters related to gender equality? And then there's no specific target. I didn't see a specific target with regards to monitoring the National Strategic Plan, and I know the chairperson has been doing work on this. So just an indication on that. And also the CEO mentioned the audit action plan. Yes, we are aware of the audit action plan. I think the question that we needed to ask was what items remain unresolved in terms of that audit action plan. So let me hand back over to the CEO, and then obviously at the end we will have the chairperson, and she can also assign commissioners again if she would like to do that. Back to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll ask my chairperson to respond on the first question around whether the CGA thinks the portfolio committee understand the mandate. I'll leave that to the chair. And then the issue around schools, yes, we've just given a case in point of the interventions that we have with the Department of Basic Education, but I take the guidance from the honorable member to say maybe it should be something that is elevated so that it can become a national program. So I do note that, and I will take it up also from my end. Chairperson, currently, I think when it comes to the statistics around pregnancy, whether this is via peers or family members, our study was very much specific, Chair, was around the the factors, that lead to school dropout by adolescent teenage mothers. So our study did not really focus much on this area that is being posed, Chair. And what I said earlier on respectfully was that these are some of the gaps that we are saying we may need cause other institutions to elevate this research further so that we can have a full understanding of the dynamics. So from our research study, no, we did not focus on this, was purely on the factors that lead to school dropout at the end of the day. And then in terms of political parties, Chair, what we are simply saying there is that, and I think my chairperson will come in with more clarity, but we are simply saying now we have the Government of National Unity from the Strat Plan. You might find that there are different priorities, and gender equality may be not necessarily be in the forefront. But we are arguing, we've just released a tabled an elections report that highlights the state of gender equality with the political parties, and we will be launching that report so that we can provide political parties with a particular directive or guidance in terms of dealing with women occupying leadership position in political parties, which seems to be a challenge based on the work that we've just done now. So we'll provide a report to that effect. Chair, I'll leave Chairperson of the Commission, please handle the one on the COCTA as well as sports in as far as the leadership is concerned, the indabas, as well as the relationship between CG and the GBV Council. I know you have a view on that. And then on the PSC, yes, we have a good relationship with the Public Service Commission. In fact, the work out of the Northwest that Commissioner Ngomane referred to at the provincial legislature, the provincial legislature gave a mandate to both the CGA and the PSC to go and investigate jointly the issue of HODs in the province. However, we've just actually discussed this morning with the DG that perhaps a separate investigation due to the distinct mandates may be desirable from our side. So we do have that relationship, but we have not escalated to a point wherein now we are addressing the issue of gender equality within the bigger scheme of consideration in the employment of the employment in the public sector per se. Again, I'm noting this aspect, which we will see how we will elevate this. In as far as the work women and access to land, we are currently drafting about 53 letters because we noted the concern that the portfolio committee raised, and as well as other portfolio committees in terms of responses by the respondents that have been identified in the reports, and we are seeking progress reports. What we have, however, done on the women access to communal land, the report has just been noted by the responding parties, and we were concerned that we are not getting a specific commitment to really deal with the issues in a manner that is desirable from our perspective. And that is why we're now taking the matter further to say we are going to press for accountability so that we get a clear directive of how these recommendations are going to be dealt with. Because if they're just noting our report without really actioning, steps around that, it defeats the whole purpose. So that is what we are busy with. We've just finished the second leg of the report, where we are now looking at the different provinces. So both the first report and the second report, I'm certain it will reflect the same issue, which will be taken forward with the relevant department. But this time around, we are demanding clear plan of action in terms of implementation. Noting alone is not sufficient. And yes, I note the request that we share the recommendations on the report we did on the factors that lead to adolescent mothers dropping out of school. There are specific recommendations we made to the Department of Basic Education. They have actually submitted a report in terms of the progress that they have made regarding the implementation, and we should be able to share that so that it can help the committee in understanding where they are when it comes to non-compliance. And then the question around 900 complaints, what is it based on largely when we are looking at the fact that we will be dealing with the systemic investigation. So from our complaints handling manual, we have different categories that we have identified that will form part of the criteria of identifying a complaint. And that will include, amongst others, whether we are dealing with gender discrimination, whether we are dealing with harassment largely, whether we are dealing with labor-related issues, whether we are dealing with gender-based violence and femicide. So that is the criteria, Chairperson, that we will be looking at. But in their very nature, the criteria, it becomes very much systemic. So how we are going to approach it will be at a systemic level where we want an overhaul of a system or recommending a broader review of the system. I'll give you a simple example, if I may. In Mpumalanga, we have said when we identified the issue of gaps in the tracking of dockets, where we cannot tell whether the DPP made a decision or not, we've realized that there's no central system that is being utilized to have these documents in one place. So if a complainant comes and say my docket cannot be traced, instead of saying just deal with the docket alone, we are taking a step further to say let's look at the whole system and then we make a specific recommendation so that we don't now deal with complainant BC who comes and complains about the same thing. So to the best of our knowledge, we then know that once the system is corrected, many people shall benefit from that perspective. And then the issue of the outsourced legal attorneys. So we have a rotation system. We have a panel of attorneys that we have, and the allocation of work is based on the rotation system. And this is something that was raised with us by the AG in the past, that we seem not to have a rotation system, because ours was to identify the attorneys that are on the panel informed by a particular skill, and then we were selecting them. And you will have noted from our annual report, Chairperson, that that was an issue that was flagged by the AG, that you cannot be choosing based on skill. You need to rotate. And our argument at the time, Chair, was that if we are dealing with a constitutional court matter, we cannot just choose any person to represent the commission there. We need to have a certain set of skills that we consider and we recommend them. And that is the approach until the AG raised it in our previous financial year. And that is why currently now we are moving towards the rotational system. But even in that, we are simply saying we'll be very cautious so that we don't bring the organization into disrepute by bringing a legal practitioner that is not equipped to represent us at a particular level, let's say the Constitutional Court. Because what we are learning, even from pro bono attorneys, Chairperson, is that not all law firms are equipped when it comes to the mandate of the commission and how to argue matters before the Equality Court, because this is a specialized area. So the mere fact that you have human rights background may not necessarily mean you are equipped to argue and represent the commission there. We find ourselves more often than not even correcting the current panel of attorneys on the work, on the manner in which document or pleadings have to be filed and the argument thereof. And we understand, because it's not necessarily their forte, it's our forte. So that is a limitation that we have identified in terms of that. Now, there was now a specific question to say, who are the law firms that the commission has been utilizing? And apologies to the honorable member, I did not mean to answer it as a by the way. I just needed to have facts so that when I send to the committee, I don't misrepresent. So we have AP Ngubo Attorneys. This is a law firm that is led by a young lady, colleague in the Lagadi matter in the Eastern Cape. This is where I'm saying the female is also a counsel in that regard, and they're representing the commission. So this is an operational matter. And then we have Hanare Kumalo attorneys. They are currently representing us on the matter of the Commission versus Corruption Watch, which is currently at the Constitutional Court. And on a matter also involving former Commissioner Botha. So Hanare Kumalo attorneys are representing us there. And the representative there, I understand it's a male person in terms of that. And then we have Lebea attorneys that are handling a legal dispute between the Commission for Gender Equality and its current and former employees on a matter concerning 17%. And this is also led by a male person. And then we have Ramorosi attorneys that represented us on an HR matter, which we were able to deal with. I think not even in the financial year 2023-2024, and then also it's a male person, and we have Maluleke attorneys representing us also on the matter that is currently pending at the Labour Court between ourselves and an IT manager that was appointed but never failed to appear before us, and then that's what we are challenging there. And then we have manager attorneys that are currently representing us on a matter that is before the Labour Court also, between ourselves and the former CEO of the Commission for Gender Equality. And then on pro bono, we are relying largely on Norton Rose Fulbright. This is one of the bigger law firms that are offering the service. And then we're also relying on ENS to provide this service. Other than that, we don't have other law firms that are coming to provide this service on a pro bono basis. So it's all currently now on these matters is Norton Rose Fulbright as well as ENS that are currently providing this. So because they're already larger law firms, we have not actually explored how we are going to put them in the panel. But even in terms of the process, there is a whole RFI process that is RFQ process that is followed, and then we need to follow that. So that is what we've done. And I've answered Chairperson, unless I did not articulate it well. I have highlighted that in the financial year 2024-2025, we've spent about 2.4 million on legal fees, and this will also reflect on the annual report of the Commission. And I've qualified to say the 2.4 million is largely around the labor matters that are currently pending before court. That is HR-related matters, because currently the only law firm that we are spending money on a program litigation is AP Ngobo, which is the Lagadi matter, Chairperson. I hope the response will be sufficient. I would like Chairperson to also respond on the feedback that we got from the committees. I'll make reference firstly to the correctional services, which we found to be progressive, in that they have taken our reports, and we got a commitment that the Department of Correctional Services will be called to come and explain why they have not implemented the recommendations of the CGE. And we are waiting for a second meeting in terms of the feedback. Other committees, I'll ask my chairperson to just please remind me. But I know now we are expecting to meet Department of Constitutional Development on the NSP, as well as the withdrawal of GBV cases in Mpumalanga, as well as the GBV index to highlight that aspect. And then in terms of the current backlog, we have 219 cases that are pending before the Commission. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Can I come in there, Chair?
It's now your opportunity, Chairperson.
Oh, okay, thank you. Chair and honorable members, I actually believe that there is a very good understanding from all of us of our mandate, as well as commissioners, in terms of what your oversight role is over the CGE. But I think it's something that on an ongoing basis, we will continue to sharpen and remind ourselves, more so from the side of the CGE, where new commissioners come in literally every 2.5 years as a result of the staggered nature of how commissioners should come in. So there will obviously, be those growing pains every 2.5 years from our side, and with you, it would be longer, every 5 years. But I actually think there is a good understanding of our mandate, and I'm hoping at the workshop of the 15th, we will be able to delve in detail on that. Chairperson, with regards to the interaction of Department of Basic Education, I just want to confirm to the honorable members that we actually interact with almost all of government. The only difference is during a certain period, be it 5 years or annually, we then shift around. I know that we even had Department of Defense coming to appear before us. We have had Department of Basic Education and all its stakeholders. We had SAIC, we had NEHAU, we had SAT, all those stakeholders within the basic education sector coming to appear before us. I remember it was actually at the Pactonian Hotel. But this, when we check the records, you'll find it would have been 2020, 2021, something to that effect. But yes, we do have that. So it just depends on what APP focus we have at that time. The teenage pregnancy issue, Honorable Klape, you'll be pleased to know that actually the basis of it was a CGE study, wherein we brought the issue to the fore. We then afterwards approached all the stakeholders to say there is a challenge. Something has got to be done with this. The Portfolio Committee on Education then quickly responded and called us, and it was a very fruitful engagement because they were asking questions like, what is the age group, for example? And it was disturbing for them to know that as young as 9-year-olds, and on average, people are 14. The young mothers are 14 years old. And, so we were giving them all that information. They also wanted to know how many of the perpetrators are actually educators and all of that. And this was as recent as just before the end of 6th administration. So and everyone who's talking now about teenage pregnancy, it's as a result of that report that we produced. Then I think CEO responded on the political parties. I did not get that question properly. But on the issue of COCTA, honorable members, yes, we do have engagements, different engagements with all government departments, as I said. Our report on traditional land has actually been taken on by COCTA. But one of the other things that I found very fulfilling was that on the 14th of January, Minister Hlabisa actually requested to meet with us urgently as the CGE and said, where do we start? How do we deal with this? The situation is dire. Young initiates are dying, and this was as a follow-up of some of the interactions that we had done to say, young men are being targeted as a result of the agenda. Half of them don't come back. When these young men come out, they go on raping sprees and all of that. Something has got to be done. But again, it was as a result of our contribution to their legislation, and our role was amplified in the department. That is why he actually then came back and said, let's talk. So we are being recognized as a critical thought leader in so many ways. And the communal land thing, yes, we will be taking it up. Plus, which is the PLAS, it's the department that's dealing with land acquisition at the University of Western Cape, actually commented on our report on national news about how helpful it is, and the fact that the findings are actually on the right track, because that is what they also do find. So we are working with different departments on different things. As it has been pointed out with Northwest, and then we went to the portfolio committee to actually present this to them. Honorable members, we have so far met, I think, with 3 portfolio committees, and of these 3, I think it's 2 or 3, I don't know which ones were since we started. We have targeted 15, and these 15 are as a result of us saying we want the portfolio committees to help us to ensure that these recommendations are done. And those recommendations are coming from our research, they're coming from our public hearings, like I was saying in the Eastern Cape, so where we say something has got to be done. Now we are going to the Justice Portfolio Committee, and this is again as a result of the dire situation that we found in KwaZulu-Natal, where actually rape kits are being destroyed because they are not marked, all of those things. So we are following up and getting all the partners that we can and stakeholders who we can help us whilst we are sorting out the legislation. But we've also made certain gains. The Traditional Courts Act now specifically mentions the CGE as the key role player to train traditional leaders on gender equality. So we are in that act. It's almost like compulsory. They will not be able to move without us. And the other thing that I just thought I could mention was that the committees that we are meeting with, we have actually been inviting Advocate Zweni, Mr. Zweni, and the Office of the Independent Institutions to Strengthen Democracy. And their advice and role has actually helped there. So we are making those inroads. We're just waiting for a meeting with some of the others and to consolidate this. So that's the part that I thought if one could add on. And then the last part was yes, we do work with the Department of Women and Persons with Disability. We were the first and only institution when IRAP was launched, Emergency Response, I just forget what that is, Response Assistance Program. I think that's what it is. It's a precursor to the NSP. We actually investigated it and came back and gave them a report. And the report was not very pleasant for them because we were saying there is no IRAP out there. But it was taken in its stride to say, let us improve. And now those improvements have actually been factored into how NSP is being implemented and monitored. So that's what it is. With regards to the NSP, I took advice from Secretariat actually saying NSP is just but one of the many things that we should be doing because our mandate is actually gender equality. So we will monitor NSP, we will continue to monitor it through different duty bearers, but we also are participating in it. We've got a few commissioners who, before they joined the commission, almost all the commissioners that joined in 2023 were participating in the different pillars. I myself was participating in the different pillars, although at a different level because I was in the commission. So we are working very closely with them on the NSP. Everywhere where we go, where there is an NSP relation that is supposed to exist, we do hold those government departments accountable for that. I think that is all. And then with regards to the handbook, Chair, yes, the commissioners do get trained on the handbook, but the handbook, it's it must be clarified that it was actually drawn by the commissioners. So the content in the handbook is actually owned and developed by commissioners. However, due to the turnover of commissioners every 2.5 years, there will be those commissioners who only have to familiarize themselves, unfortunately, with the handbook because they would not have drawn it. We do attend to it in the induction. We had a 2-day induction for commissioners. I think it was the 2nd and 3rd of October 2024, and then we had another one in Jan, just to take commissioners through the different aspects of being a commissioner. The handbook was one of those things that we're taking them through, the budget, the programs, everything. So they are aware, but I actually think it is something that should be a work in progress, because from time to time we do get, especially with the new commissioners, say, how do I deal with this? And you refer them to the handbook. But yes, just yesterday we had a meeting, a special plenary, and it was pleasing to hear commissioners say, but what you are raising is in the handbook. But what you are raising is in the handbook. So the handbook has become what it should be, our Bible on how we regulate ourselves. I think in a nutshell, that's what it is. I've covered everything, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and it's exactly 6 minutes past 1, so we're not even that much over time. But okay, let me then just, I think, summarize in terms of what the committee would like to see from the Commission. I think given the concerns regarding the shortfall of funding, we need to look at the number and nature of some of the targets and then amend and report back to the committee where possible, considering also that some of the targets that we've identified are not smart. Then, notwithstanding the report that the CEO gave in terms of the pro bono legal practitioners, I still think we need to get a report in writing in terms of the gender and disability representation of those pro bono lawyers, and also the cost per lawyer and the duration of the services rendered. Chairperson did mention this, but we are planning this joint workshop, which will look at, like you've mentioned, Chairperson, strengthening understanding around mandate, but also to look at your business model or business case and your fundraising strategy once it is available. But we do want you to ask that you please do submit all those documentation to us in preparation for the workshop. The workshop will not be able to be on the 15th, unfortunately. It will have to be moved to a later date because our budget votes, our parliamentary program keeps on changing, and now again it clashes with budget votes, but we will be communicating with you in terms of a date that we can agree on. Then we also want the response from National Treasury in terms of the last application that you put to them for additional funding, if we can get that information. Then, as I've mentioned before, what is outstanding from the 2024 BRRR report is our request for the quarterly reports of commissioners, work reports of commissioners that are submitted to yourselves to come to us as well, please, because I didn't hear much in terms of how we monitor and evaluate the impact and work of commissioners as it relates to the strat plan and the APP. Then we want to just get in terms of the case backlog, I think we heard CEO said 223. If we can just get a report on that as well in terms of when we envisage these cases to be finalized. Also, if you can just give us that list of critical vacancies and a report on the outstanding audit outcome matters. And then I think it's good to hear that training is taking place in terms of the handbook, but we also want an update on the status of the policy guiding the relationships between the commissioners and the staff, because that wasn't answered, and I know we are over time now. So if those can be furnished to us as a portfolio committee, then we would really appreciate it. And then it is my pleasure to thank everyone, all honourable members, for your participation. Thank you to you, Chairperson, and your commissioners and the CEO for spending the time with us. And we will then definitely engage each other in the weeks to come as we plan our workshop. and I'm sure we will see some of you at our budget vote on Thursday. So thank you very much, colleagues. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you,
Adam.
Chair. Bye.
Thank you,
Bye.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you,
Chair.
everyone.
Bye-bye,
Bye-bye.
Doc. Bye.